You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures, Collected Works, Volume 218, by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Spirit as Sculptor of the Human Organism. And it's a collection of 16 lectures given in Stuttgart, Dornach, The Hague, London, and Berlin in 1922, translated by Matthew Barton. Lecture 1 was given in Stuttgart on the 9th of October, 1922. When people speak of the soul or psyche nowadays, they often use a particular phrase which acknowledges that in exploring this realm, one must speak of powers that do not enter ordinary awareness. At the same time, though, they admit their powerlessness in trying to do so. The phrase used to point tentatively toward this realm is, quote, the unconscious, close quote. In speaking today of the intrinsic nature of human knowledge, it is commonly suggested that we are initially obliged to seek this in the world around us through observation, experimentation, and a synthesis created by our reasoning faculty. But then also, in turning their attention to their own consciousness, people speak of all kinds of inner content there, thoughts, feelings, impulses of will, and so on. In doing so, they become aware, furthermore, that things stir and surface in the psyche, whose deeper nature cannot be fathomed, either by using the usual methods of empirical science, involving observation and combinative thinking, or through self-observation, using the ordinary powers of awareness. Such attempts will not penetrate to the reality of these phenomena of soul life. For this reason, they use the term the unconscious, and at the same time relinquish any possibility of penetrating this unconscious realm. In fact, it is entirely justified to relinquish such efforts if one limits oneself to the faculties of knowledge generally acknowledged today. Such faculties will not fathom the psyche further than to ascertain that during waking life, thoughts, feelings, and will impulses rise up from our inner depths. Expressions of human nature which can easily be seen as connected with our outward corporeal nature. Using ordinary observation, it will not be possible to find any irrefutable way of showing that these phenomena, which seem initially to be so strongly dependent on bodily states, could have any distinct existence above and beyond them. Now, you all know that this specifically is the point of departure of our anthroposophical outlook, which is fully cognizant of the fact that commonly accepted modes of knowledge cannot fathom the depths of the psyche. Anthroposophy acknowledges that these ordinary modes of understanding are compelled to refer to an unconscious realm. Basically, it is not even necessary to consider the two thresholds of physical life on earth, birth and death, though we will do this in the next lecture, but only the ordinary state of sleep occurring in human beings day after day, and then we will inevitably find that soul experiences, as ordinary modes of knowledge observe them, seem to testify to the following. There appears to be such a great dependency of all ordinary conscious thinking, feeling, and will on bodily states that it is perfectly legitimate to say that soul experiences rise up from these bodily states as if from an unconscious realm, and that during sleep a merely organic life becomes rampant. Thus it does not appear that thoughts, feelings, and will impulses have an intrinsic existence, and really there is no more to be said about it. At most, the way dreams play into our awareness makes it seem as if they arose from sleep and are simply recalled when we awake. And this fact might lead us to conclude that the psyche in some way continues to be active during sleep. But all these things are rather nebulous. Basically, a serious, unprejudiced observer, drawing on the ordinary modes of knowledge, will be able to say only that the soul reveals phenomena that seem very much dependent on bodily states. It is precisely because anthroposophical inquiry takes these capacities or incapacities of ordinary modes of knowledge seriously that it seeks at the same time to find other means of knowledge. And as you know, and as has often been described here, these other faculties of inquiry are those of imagination, inspiration, and intuition. These special modes of knowledge that first have to be developed as capacities from ordinary soul life by real effort can serve our endeavor to gain insight into things that are unavailable to ordinary faculties. And now, without going back over ground I have often covered, relating to the nature of the knowledge gained through imagination, inspiration, and intuition, I simply wish to draw on these three stages of knowledge to describe a very important aspect of the human subconscious or unconscious, that is, the realm of soul experience between falling asleep and waking up again. It is true that I have often described this from various perspectives, but today I'd like to do so again from a specific angle. First of all, therefore, I want to describe what imagination, inspiration, and intuition perceive in the state of sleep. Ordinary consciousness, of course, knows only that the daily awareness we have while awake, with its diverse contents, is dulled and then extinguished when we fall asleep, giving rise to an unconscious state. In waking life, using only ordinary faculties, we cannot initially say what our psyche does while we are asleep. What occurs then, and in fact what occurs whenever the intrinsic nature of soul reality is experienced, does not enter ordinary consciousness. For ordinary awareness, darkness spreads over what the soul experiences in sleep. But you see, sleep begins at the point when the faculty of imagination starts to brighten. The darkness starts to transform into a luminosity. And with this faculty of imagination, one can already start to gain insight into what the soul experiences in the initial stages of sleep. Drawing further on the faculties of inspiration and intuition, we can penetrate further into these experiences. You should not picture this as gazing into sleep as if into a peep box show. Rather, through faculties of imagination, inspiration, and intuition, we experience states of soul that resemble sleep inasmuch as within these states we have a similar relationship to our body as we do during sleep. The difference is that we no longer undergo this experience without awareness, but become fully aware of it. By virtue of experiencing things in full awareness while awake, in a way that resembles what happens during sleep, we then become able also to perceive what occurs with the human soul during sleep, and it becomes possible to describe this. It is a common experience, of course, that in falling asleep our consciousness, as it grows hazy and dim, can be filled with dreams. This dream world cannot initially offer us much help at all in perceiving the nature of soul life. You see, what we can know about dreams with our ordinary waking faculties remains something very superficial. Nor do dreams themselves appear in a way that would allow us to conclude anything specific from them, unless we have first gained insight into sleep by other means. Once we have gained real understanding of sleeping states, we will see that dreams tend to be misleading rather than offering illuminating guidance. In sleep, the soul experiences things unconsciously, that since I am now drawing on faculties of imagination, inspiration, and intuition, I will describe to you as if the soul were experiencing them consciously. I will describe to you what the soul experiences between falling asleep and waking up as if they were conscious experiences. They are not consciously experienced, but what I will describe is nevertheless experienced by the soul, albeit without awareness. It exists as reality, working into us, not just while we are asleep, but also above all working into our physical organism and acting there primarily while we are awake. When we wake up in the morning and until we fall asleep again, we bear within us the echoes of our experiences during the night. Whereas all that we accomplish in full awareness is very important for outward civilization, what occurs within us ourselves is scarcely dependent on our conscious awareness, but instead very much dependent on what we unconsciously experience while we are asleep. Once sensory perceptions have gradually faded and our will impulses cease to be active, we first experience an undifferentiated state of soul. This is a generalized, nebulous experience, informed by a clear sense of time, but also wholly devoid of a sense of space. This kind of experience can truly be compared with a sort of swimming, a moving around in a generalized, nebulous, universal substance. Really, one would have to coin new words to express what the soul experiences here. You can say that the soul experiences itself as a wave in a great ocean, though a wave that feels itself to be inwardly organized and surrounded everywhere by the rest of the ocean, and feels the effects of this ocean upon it, as during the day we feel color or tone impressions or states of warmth in a particular differentiated way and think about them. Unlike waking experience, however, when we feel ourselves to be a person enclosed in our skin and occupying a particular place, just after falling asleep, we feel, I'm describing this as if it were conscious, it's a reality, but we have no consciousness of it, like a wave in a general ocean, moving hither and thither with no defined sense of spatial conditions. A general sense of time does remain, though, but this experience is connected with another of forsakenness, as if we were sinking into an abyss. It is true, in fact, that without preparation, if we experienced this first stage of sleep consciously, we would be exposed to much that we would find quite unendurable. To lose our sense of space almost entirely, and live only in a generalized feeling of time, and to feel ourselves very undefined and incorporated into the generalized substance of an ocean. If we were conscious of this, we really would feel we were floating above an abyss. And this in turn is connected with something that surfaces in the soul as a huge need for support from the spirit, a huge need to be connected with a spiritual element. In this general ocean in which we swim, we have, you can say, lost all feeling of safety with which the waking world of material things endows us. And for this reason we feel, or rather would do if we were aware of it, a deep longing for connection with divine spirit. Really, we experience this generalized sense of moving in an undifferentiated, universal substance as being encompassed by divine spirit. Please, be aware of the way I have to express this. To repeat myself, I'm describing things as if the soul experienced them consciously. It does not do so. But you can understand that as you experience things consciously in daily life, certain things are simultaneously occurring in your organism that are simply realities. Let's say you experience joy. Yes, as this joy fills you, your blood pulses differently to how it does when you are sad. You experience the joy or sadness in your awareness, but not the pulsing of your blood. And yet this pulse is still a reality. In the same way, when what I am describing here as a generalized swimming in an undifferentiated universal substance on the one hand, and as an accompanying need for God on the other, corresponds to a reality in the life of the soul. And the faculty of imagination does nothing other than to raise this reality into awareness. Just as in ordinary waking life, we can raise into our awareness the differentiated way in which our blood pulses in us in states of either joy or sadness. When we wake up in the morning, our organism has in fact been refreshed, because our soul had the experience during the night that I have described. The after effect of what occurs in the soul separated from the body during sleep is of great significance the following day for our waking life. We would not be able to use our body properly the next day if we had not lifted ourselves out of our connection with external physical things in order to immerse ourselves in this undefined experience that I described. And in waking life, the fact that something like an inner need arises to relate the differentiated world around us to something general and universal, to relate the sensory world to the divine, is an after effect of this first stage of sleep. We might ask why human beings are not content in waking life to look upon the world's separate and diverse phenomena, why they are not content simply to pass through the world and take plants, animals, and so forth as they come. Why do we begin to philosophize? And all do so, the most untutored people as well as the philosophers. And in passing, let's note that the untutored do this far better than the philosophers, about how everything is interrelated. Why do we relate the isolated phenomenon before us to something universal, asking how it is rooted in a universal context and cosmos? We would not do this if we did not immerse ourselves during sleep in this undefined existence. Nor would we develop any sense of the divine in our waking life if we did not pass through this sense of the divine during the first stage of our sleep. For our inner human experience, we really owe sleep something of great significance. As sleep continues, we enter other stages that can no longer be perceived by the faculty of imagination, but for which we now need that of inspiration. The reality of soul experience that arises here is reflected in inspired consciousness in the same way as, say, our pulse is reflected in joy and sorrow. And initially this reveals a certain fragmentation of the soul into a very great number of different aspects, separate entities. The psyche really does fragment its life into separate parts. And this fragmentation is connected with something which, if it shines up into our awareness, appears as anxiety. After the soul has undergone what we can call a hovering over the abyss, or a swimming in generalized universal substance, accompanied by a longing for divine spirit, it succumbs to a certain anxiety, or rather to something that would be anxiety if we experienced it consciously. This is primarily due to the fact that the soul now not only swims in a general world substance, but is, as it were, immersed in separate soul spiritual beings who have their own autonomous existence, and with whom the soul now forms a kind of affinity. It is now therefore no longer a unity really, but has become a multiplicity. This multiple state, though, is experienced as anxiety, and is something we have to emerge from in a certain way. During the era of Earth evolution, prior to the mystery of Golgotha, mystery centers where the most diverse religions were practiced issued instructions for humanity. Receiving these, individual souls gained experiences and ideas of the divine as befitted the age they lived in addition to the feelings arising in them through the outer world of the senses. In these ancient times, human beings still retained some sense during the day of the spiritual world shining into their awareness. The further back we go in humanity's earthly evolution, the more we come to see that people had a kind of clairvoyance in very ancient times, and then later fading echoes of this clairvoyance. In those times they saw in inner vision that a human being dwelt as a being of soul and spirit in a pre-birth existence before he began his life on earth. This was not just a view they had developed, not something they merely believed in, but instead was something they retained from a pre-birth existence. Here's a trivial illustration of what I mean. When someone inherits a certain ability, or even just wealth from his parents, he can recognize how this ability or wealth has a direct effect on his life. He knows that this gift is not something he had to acquire or develop, but that it came down to him from his forefathers. In the same way, in an earlier time, people knew that certain experiences in their soul did not originate in what their eyes had seen, but were a kind of inheritance from a pre-earthly existence. They recognized this from the very nature of these soul experiences. It is important to keep reiterating that humankind has evolved in a way that has freed it from such experiences of the soul. Our modern era is one when ordinary consciousness has no experiences that can be explained as inheritance from a pre-birth existence. Thus, people of those ancient times more easily accepted guidance from their spiritual leaders in the mystery centers as to what they should feel about their inner spiritual experiences. The strength that flowed to them as impulses emanating from the mystery centers was one that they carried out of ordinary waking life into their sleep at night, and this enabled them to remain steadfast in face of the anxiety I have described, and to overcome it. This anxiety rises up out of the depths of sleep life, and the strength needed to transform this anxiety so as to bring back to waking life not a general weariness of the organism, but a sense of fresh vigor, was one that had first to be gathered the previous day during waking life. Our days and nights are interrelated. At a certain stage of sleep, the night brings us anxiety, and into this must pour the strength we have acquired from a religious or religious type experience the day before. When these two things, the remainder of the day before and the night's primordial experience, unite, then a refreshing power streams into our organism during our waking life the next day. It is no longer tenable for a real science of the spirit to speak only in general, abstract phrases of a universal divine element governing the world. It is not a viable way forward to describe the superficial appearance of things and say that universal guidance governs our sensory existence in general terms. Instead, spiritual science has to detail the actual, tangible ways in which this divine governance acts. If we are to be equal to the tasks facing us as humanity evolves, we can no longer just say that we feel refreshed after a good night's sleep and receive this as a gift from God. We would have to despair of all science itself if we seek a rigorous scientific method in relation to the sensory world, but are unable to extend the rigor of this science to the supersensible realm, instead tackling this latter domain with general phrases only, such as that divine powers govern the universe. We can delve ever further into definite realities, showing how the anxiety I have referred to appears at this second stage of sleep, in a sense mingled with the strength drawn from religious feeling cultivated the previous day, which works on into the night, and how from this in turn is drawn a power that refreshes and reinvigorates the physical organism the following day. By such means we increasingly gain insight into how real spirit lives within physical reality. And this is quite different from the modes of knowledge accepted today, which have only a physical content and general turns of phrase about some kind of spirit indwelling or overlighting this physical content. Human culture will go on declining, though, if it does not extend the rigor practiced in observation of the outer world to the world of spirit too. And now we can see, when we use the faculty of inspiration to study sleep, as it passes from the first to the second stage, that our inner soul experience becomes quite different from what it was during the day. Now, orthodox science can also show us, as long as we practice it rigorously, how we dwell in a soul element in the breathing process, in blood circulation, and in the nutritional process working through blood circulation. We can feel something occurring when we exert ourselves in movement and so forth. We can feel the soul and spirit's connection with physical processes. And if we describe respiration, say, or blood circulation, we know that this is informed by soul experience during our waking life. Soul experience does not dwell in sensory perception during sleep, but is also a very specific kind of inner life. And in the same way that our inner life during waking hours can be related to respiration and blood circulation, so this nightly inner life is connected, as it turns out, with the inner elaboration of powers comparable to the vigor we acquire from breathing and blood circulation. It is an elaboration of powers that reflect the planetary motions in our solar system. Please note that I am not saying we dwell within planetary motions during sleep or are connected directly with them, but rather that we dwell in a kind of reflection or replica, if you like, a miniature of our planetary cosmos or its movements. As our life of soul inhabits blood circulation during the day, so at night our soul life inhabits a replica of the planetary movements of our solar system. During the day, we can say the white and red blood corpuscles circulate in us, and we gain vigor from the cycle of respiration through which we breathe in and out. At night, by contrast, we have to say that in our life of soul, a replica of the movements of Mercury or Venus and Jupiter circulate in us. Thus, from the moment we fall asleep to when we wake up, our soul life is in a sense a small planetary cosmos. From our personal human existence during the day, we pass into a cosmic existence at night. And the faculty of inspiration can discover that the powers that keep our blood pulsing during the day can, following our sense of tiredness in the evening, retain their vitality during the night through their own momentum and persistence. But that in order for us to embark on new soul life the following day, we need the impetus received by experiencing a reflection of the planetary cosmos during the night. On awakening, The after effect of what we experienced in these reflections of planetary movement at night is implanted or instilled in us. And this is what connects the cosmos with our individual life. If this resonance of our nightly experiences was not present in us when we wake up in the morning, the powers we need could not stream into us in the right way to endow us with proper awareness. From this you can see that it is mistaken of some people to complain about chronic insomnia. Usually this is major self-deception. But I don't want to discuss this at present, since those subject to this illusion won't believe you. They think they really aren't asleep, whereas in fact their sleep is just abnormal. They believe their soul is not outside their body and fails to experience planetary existence. In fact, they are in a condition which, while dulled, nevertheless enables them to experience the same as anyone else does who sleeps well. But as I said, I don't want to discuss this right now. In general, it is true to say that we pass through a cosmic life during the second stage of sleep. As I said a moment ago, in ancient times prior to the mystery of Golgotha, mystery centers disseminated impulses that endowed people with the strength to overcome their anxiety, to resist fragmentation, and to undergo what was necessary in a healthy way. This strength was one enabling them to enter into an experience of the planets rather than to go on dwelling in that of fragmentation. Their anxiety originated in the passage through fragmentation, and their experience of being amongst the planets was vouchsafed to them by the strength they brought with them from their experience of the previous day. Since the mystery of Golgotha, and by directing their attention to the events of this mystery, people are now able to gain the power that was previously given them through the ancient mysteries. Anyone who experiences the mystery of Golgotha with the necessary inwardness of soul will find a strong guide in Christ at the moment when his soul enters the realm of anxiety during sleep. Thus, in the Christ experience, modern humankind has what a more ancient humanity drew from the mysteries. Passing on from this stage of sleep I have just described, we then enter another, which, since I have dwelt longer on the planetary experience, I will describe to you now in a simpler way, hoping you will not take this amiss. Following an experience of the planets, we enter into an experience of the fixed stars. Having dwelt in a reflection of the planetary movements during the second stage of sleep, we now live in the constellations of the fixed stars, primarily in a kind of copy of the constellations of the fixed stars in the zodiac. This experience of the fixed star constellations of the zodiac is a very real one during the third stage of sleep. Here we also begin to experience a distinction between the sun as a planet and as a fixed star. Nowadays, people do not understand why the sun was regarded in ancient astronomy both as a planet and also as a fixed star. In the second stage of sleep, we really do experience the sun as possessing planetary attributes. Here we become aware of its very distinctive position in relation to human experience on Earth. Then we also become aware of the sun as it relates to the other constellations, thus the zodiac. In other words, we immerse ourselves in the cosmos in a still more intensive way than was true of the previous stage of sleep. We have an experience of the fixed stars, and arising from this we gain still deeper, more important impulses for our experiences the following day than is possible from the planetary experience alone. The planetary experience, if I may put it like this, fires our respiratory and circulatory processes. But the after effect of the fixed star experience is What, then, during the day fires substance processes, ones imbued with the substance they require, so that they become ongoing processes of nutrition for the organism. Nutrients are impelled through the organism at apparently the most material level, though in fact this is reliant on powers higher than the mere movements of blood circulation. As physical human beings, our soul and spirit are dependent on the way in which different substances circulate in us. And this is connected, if I may put it like this, with the highest heavens, and with the fact that at this third stage of sleep, we feel after images of the fixed star constellations within our soul's spiritual nature. Just as when awake, we can feel our stomach or lungs within us. Just as, during the day, our body is an inwardly mobile, one filled with respiratory movements and circulatory movements, so in the night our soul, the substance of our soul, is something that has inner after images of the planetary movements. And in the same way that we have the stomach, lungs, and heart in us during the day, so at night we have the fixed star constellations which become our interior. In this third stage of sleep, therefore, we really become cosmic beings. This third stage of sleep is the deepest, and from it we gradually return to waking life. Why do we return? We would not do so if powers did not inform our soul and lead us back into our physical organism. I have described to you in many different ways how we can address these powers, and today I wish to do so from the cosmic perspective. Becoming aware of the fixed star experience through the faculty of intuition, we also become aware that the powers leading us back into our physical organism are moon powers, that is, the spiritual quality corresponding to what appears to us as the physical image of the moon. Naturally, this is irrespective of whether it happens to be full moon or some other quarter, for in spiritual terms, the moon can also shine through the earth. It does have something to do with the moon's visible metamorphoses, but this would lead us into far more subtle distinctions beyond the scope of today's considerations. Generally, one can say that it is the moon's powers that lead us back again. You see, just as our soul is imbued by the planetary forces during sleep, and by the forces manifesting in the constellations of the fixed stars, is imbued by these powers and remains so, since these things go on working in our waking life, so we are also always imbued by the spiritual powers in the cosmos corresponding to the physical moon. These moon forces lead us back. In reality, the process involved is extremely complex. The following is one way to express it. If you stretch a piece of elastic, this can reach a certain point and must then contract again. Similarly, in a sense, we stretch the moon powers to a certain point, at which we must return. This is accomplished in the third stage of sleep. The moon forces, which are in general intimately connected with leading the soul and spirit into the physical world, lead us back through the second stage to the first again. You see, all the powers of initiative we possess in our thinking and feeling during waking life are the after effect of the fixed star experience during sleep. All the powers of thinking and feeling we bear in us as powers of synthesis, as the powers of wisdom and intelligence, are an after effect of the planetary experience. But what streams into daily life from our nightly experience of the cosmos has to pass through the body. The fixed star experience quivers into our waking life via the transformation of nutrients. The nutrients in our body would not reach the brain in a way that enabled us to develop powers of initiative if this whole process were not fired by our nightly experience of the fixed stars. And we would be unable to think rationally if our blood circulation and breathing during the day were not informed by the after effects of our planetary experiences. Such things are always only drawn in rough outline, and generally true. In the case of people who suffer from severe insomnia, seemingly contradicting what I have described, we have to study and explain the associated abnormalities. If we properly grasp these truths, there is no contradiction here. But such general truths allow us to explain fully each individual instance. We can only understand the real nature of the human being if we become fully aware that we do not live only within the skin of our physical body, but also in the whole world. It is just that our life within the whole world is hidden from ordinary awareness. In waking life, this is greatly dulled. At most, in our general sensitivity to light, we can experience something of our involvement in all the life of the cosmos, and perhaps in other, albeit very dim feelings, we can sense our rootedness in the cosmos during waking life. Yet, all such intimations fall silent, so that we can elaborate our individual consciousness during the day, and so that we are not disturbed by what plays into our experience from the cosmos. During the night, this is reversed, and then we experience the cosmos, albeit an after-image of cosmic experience. But it is a faithful reflection of it, as I have described, a really cosmic experience. And because we must pass through this cosmic life at night, our waking consciousness is dulled and dimmed in consequence. As humanity continues to evolve, human beings will increasingly live their way into the cosmos. A time will come when we feel ourselves to dwell in sun, moon, and stars, in the same way that at present we are aware of being on earth. And then we will look back to earth from the cosmos in the same way that we now look out into the cosmos from the earth during waking life. But the kind of perception we then have will be a very different one. Anyone who honestly desires to grasp the full scope of evolution must be aware that human consciousness is itself involved in evolution, and that the bodily consciousness that we possess at our current stage of development is a transitionary stage toward another form of consciousness, which in fact is nothing other than the soul reflection of realities we already experience every night. And that soul is spelled S-O-U-L, readers aside, again Steiner. We need these because our waking life can be truly sustained only by their after effect. Our further evolution will consist in this. The unconscious at work in us today will become our possession as conscious awareness also during normal life. For this to happen, though, people will need to find their way into spiritual science. For just as we have to go in a certain direction when we swim, so our ordinary consciousness today needs a direction in which to go. We cannot simply let ourselves be carried, as is the case when we practice ordinary cognition. We need a direction, and this can only be given by anthroposophic spiritual science, since it reveals to the extent necessary today things already living in human beings, of which they are as yet unaware. They need to receive this into their awareness, for otherwise they will have no real experience of progressing in the cosmos. Today I have described part of what is today discarded from ordinary knowledge and relegated to the concept of the unconscious. In my next lecture, similarly progressing from unconscious states we pass through in sleep, I will try to describe the human experiences that underlie birth and death. The end of Lecture 1. You're listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Spirit as Sculptor of the Human Organism, Collected Works, Volume 28, translated by Matthew Barton. This is Lecture 2, given in Stuttgart on the 14th of October, 1922. Last time I spoke to you of a realm of unconscious experience, that is, of things that remain hidden to ordinary consciousness in the form it exists today. I spoke about sleep, trying to describe to you in some detail what the human soul experiences between falling asleep and waking up again. Since what the soul experiences at night involves experiences in the world of spirit, as you will have seen, it may have been apparent to you that these human soul experiences are clear manifestations of the soul's eternal, unfading existence. You know, of course, that insight into such supersensible experiences can be gained by means I have often described to you verbally here, as well as in my books titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, titled Occult Science, also known as Esoteric Science, and so forth. And you also know that the kind of knowledge available to ordinary human consciousness can be developed into faculties of imagination, inspiration, and intuition. Unconscious experiences that the soul has during sleep are in a sense illumined by the power acquired by the perceiving human soul if it develops these faculties. The same path of development, however, also enables us to some degree to study an aspect of unconscious human experience of which sleep is only a reflection or image. That aspect of experience from which the human soul departs when it enters physical earth existence at birth, or let us say at conception, and which it enters again when it removes itself from physical existence on earth at death. Today I will offer some intimations, at least, of what underlies the events of birth or conception and death, as far as the life of the human spirit and soul is concerned. When we develop the faculty of imaginative cognition, which I will not describe again here, since I have often done this, and also shown how it can be developed, the first thing we encounter is our physical life on earth, lying spread out before us in a single great tableau. In ordinary physical consciousness, our earthly life only exists in our soul as memory. What is this memory? It consists of pictures, albeit ones which by their very nature point to experiences we have undergone since birth, or since a point in time somewhat after our birth. Yet our ordinary mode of knowledge today cannot regard these pictures as developing an existence independent of the body. Modern scientists are quite correct in saying that these memory pictures are dependent on the physical body's constitution. They are right to suggest that such memory is not present in early infancy, but gradually develops along with the physical organism, and fades again too, when our human physical organism approaches the evening of its days. Likewise, in post-mortem examinations, in the case of certain diseases, they can study how memory loss is caused by certain disorders of the physical organism. Science has no final answers in this field as yet. But if we study the relevant results of physically based research, we can see that it will eventually be possible to demonstrate that ordinary memory pictures are bound to the physical human organism. These memories of our life, however, separate memory pictures we can look back on as we stand within the current of our experience, are not what is meant when we speak of how the faculty of imagination perceives the great tableau of our life spread out before us, insofar as this life is soul spiritual in nature. What we perceive here by imaginative cognition is very far from the abstract memory pictures stored in ordinary memory. The faculty of imagination experiences instead an active, organic life that is not passive like memory pictures, but has an inner vigor like the forces of growth at work in our organism, when, in assimilating external substances as food, we transform them in a wonderful way into what we need to constitute our organism. What lives and works in us creatively in this process is different from what exists in a more passive way, in mere memory pictures. Consider thoughts which illumine our awareness. Certainly we owe an infinite amount to the thinking capacity we develop in earthly existence, and only become human, really and fully aware of our human dignity, by virtue of this. Yet these are only fleeting images, bound to our physical organism, as the flame is to the candle wax. When, by contrast, we use imaginative cognition to perceive the soul spiritual life underlying physical existence on earth, and see a wondrous tableau unfolding before us, there is nothing passive about this, but it is inwardly alive. Spreading before us as qualities of soul and spirit, our direct vision of soul shows it to be, nevertheless, as real as an object of the outer world which our eyes perceive as red. In imaginative cognition, we can say that we now not only possess thoughts that flare up in our awareness, but in fact become conscious of the very powers at work within our organism. I was taken to task severely for once writing what was thought an absurd notion in my little book titled The Spiritual Guidance of Mankind and Humanity. There I stated that all the adult's wisdom accomplishes less than the wisdom of the small child, though this wisdom lives in him unconsciously. Simply look with the most scholarly and educated human knowledge at a human brain or the whole human organism in the first years of childhood, and discern how the infant first inwardly configures himself. Even the work of the most brilliant sculptor pales into insignificance compared to the vigorous sculptural activity accomplished by the child's powers of soul and spirit as he shapes and forms his brain. If we reflect on this and understand it, we gain real insight into the wisdom that holds sway here, a vigorous wisdom, rather than one stored away in the human head for explaining the world. A wisdom that contains an organism of soul spiritual powers, which hour by hour really continue to penetrate the child's outer organism so as to make him fully human. Just try for a moment to hold in your mind a fleeting picture of what is at work there, in such majestic wisdom that our reason and intellectual wisdom is left far behind. Of what is at work here in the child, and must work for long years out of the unconscious. Think, for instance, of the wondrous edifice of human language incorporated into the child. Try to form an image, albeit only an abstract one, of this active wisdom up to the point when we become sufficiently conscious of ourselves to make use of our reason and intellect, at which point one can say our reason creates an ephemeral wisdom in imitation of that greater wisdom which has first formed us out of inmost universal potencies. But we must also realize that at the same time as we develop human intellectual reason in what I would call the upper stratum of our being, what worked as a wonderful sculptor in us during childhood and elaborated our organism continues to hold sway in the lower strata of our human nature. And this founding system, this organism of powers, is what imaginative perception surveys in a whole unified tableau. Our imaginative faculty, therefore, does not see abstract memory pictures before it, which cannot be said to remain once the organism decays into its constituents, since they are bound to the organism, but instead it perceives the system of powers that built up this organism and are therefore not bound to it. They are bound to it as little as the creative brilliance of the sculptor is bound to the material he shapes. For the sculptor's material to become what it does, it must first be shaped by his configuring energy. For us to form the physical organism we possess in earth existence, these extra telluric, supersensible powers must underlie our physical life as soul-spiritual organization. This is the first perception we acquire when we rise to imaginative cognition. But the moment we are able to perceive what works in us as spirit and soul during our life on earth, and is not merely dependent on the physical organism, but rather configures and shapes it, we also become able to look away from our earthly existence, to abstract from it, to use a rational expression in the same way that we can abstract or extrapolate from a thought in ordinary life. Through meditative exercises I have often described, we have to attain the power not just to look away from a thought or image, not just suppress it, but to root out what we have first energetically acquired in our perception of the soul and spirit working upon earthly existence. Root out this tableau of thoughts from our consciousness. As soon as we become able, in what I would call a perceiving selflessness, a perceiving altruism, to root out also from our inner vision what we ourselves are as soul and spirit during earthly life, then our truly eternal soul-spiritual nature appears before our awareness. In fact, what we were before we descended from soul-spiritual worlds into physical life appears before our awareness as actual soul-spiritual being. We learn to look upon ourselves as human soul-spiritual entelechy in pre-birth existence. Learn to speak of this pre-earthly existence not just in general abstract phrases, but to perceive its development. And some aspects of this development are what I wish to speak of today. Here in our earthly life, we feel ourselves connected with our physical body, or at least we do during waking life. However dim a sense of connection it is, this does exist, and we become especially aware of it when something in our physical body is not working properly, if we fall ill in some way. In this case, we not only feel the physical body as a dim, generalized experience of being alive, but also sense its separate parts. Depending on the disorder, we get a stronger sense, say, of our lungs, stomach, heart, or head. Ordinarily, this is all submerged in a vague sense of being alive. But if ever our state of health is compromised, we have an opportunity to become more aware of distinct organs. In waking consciousness between birth and death, we sense ourselves within our being as belonging to our physical body, to everything enclosed within our skin. But the moment we are not bound up with the physical body in this way, when we experience our soul spiritual existence before we entered upon physical existence on earth, then we no longer have the self-evident sense of an interior composed of our physical body or its limbs. Nevertheless, we still have a sense of interiority. I described in the first lecture how the soul experiences inner pictures during sleep, even though it remains unconscious of them. But in the condition in which the soul dwelt before it descended from soul spiritual existence into physical life on earth, it was aware of a different kind of interior life. This awareness of a different interiority is merely concealed, veiled by the fact that in physical life our body also becomes an organ of perception, obscuring soul perception that can only exist insofar as the soul is free of the body. In this latter condition, what the soul experiences as its interior life is now not what is enclosed within our physical skin, but instead the configuration of the cosmos. Just as we are bound up in our physical existence with our lungs, stomach, heart, and other bodily organs, so in supersensible existence we are bound up with what otherwise appears to us, to our eyes and other sense organs, as the external world of the cosmos. What we perceive as outer world around us during earthly existence becomes our inner world when we dwell in extra-telluric existence. And then from this supersensible realm between death and a new birth, we look upon earthly life as an external world. In the same way that we dwell in the flesh, if you like, of our lungs, heart, and so forth, so we are incorporated, before we descend to physical life on earth, in the planetary movements, the fixed star constellations, the powers that actively infuse the cosmos, all of which later appear to us as outer reflection, as the wide universe around us when we once more live on earth. There is no need to be misled by the idea that the external world is anyway a single world for people on earth dwelling in separate bodies. The truly significant thing is that we have one world together when we live in extra-telluric existence, and that the world possessed by one person is the same there as that possessed by another. Here, in life on earth, we are spatially separate because each of us is enclosed within our skin, whereas, after death, we maintain our distinct existence through inner strength of soul. In extra-telluric existence, each person is an individual too, but is then separated not by space, but by inner cohering powers of soul. Yet into these cohering powers flows something that spiritually corresponds to the universe we see surrounding us in the physical reflections of the sun, moon, planets, and fixed stars. Here in earthly life, we look at another person and see only the form of his face, the light in his eyes, the movements of his body. And yet, since we ourselves are also beings of soul and spirit, it dawns on us that a soul and spirit are alive in these forms of his face, his gaze, the pink of his skin, and his movements. In the same way, someone able to look upon the soul and spirit of the world will see that modern astronomy is incorrect in its view of the sun and moon, the fixed stars, the planets and their movements, as being only physical phenomena. Such a view is really the same as saying that the movements of our facial muscles, say, or of our eyelashes, are merely external shifts of position and not the expression of sentience and spirit. If we can see the soul and spirit in the world, we will recognize that the movements of sun and moon are as much the expression of a physiognomy of soul and spirit as are a person's facial expressions. The movements of the planets are likewise expressions of soul spiritual occurrences, in the same way that impulses of soul and spirit become manifest in our limbs and bodily movements. As supersensible beings, before we descend into earthly existence, we live in these soul spiritual foundations of what appears to us in the physical reflection of our outer physical sun, the outer physical moon, the stars and their motions. We live in this soul and spirit in the cosmos that corresponds to each individual person's soul and spirit. As a person living on earth, I know that lungs and heart are alive inside me. And as a super-telluric human being, before I have descended into the physical sensory world, in order to configure my physical body, I know that the sun and moon live within me. Although not as a sensory, earthly reflection of sun and moon, but rather their underlying reality of spirit and soul. The whole divine spiritual world works through me and lives within me, while my human existence is still in a super-earthly sphere. To understand this gives us a deep reverence for the reality of the whole life of the universe, with which we are interwoven. For then we gain insight into the wonderful interconnections between the human being and the cosmos. In considering the human being as we stand here in physical earthly existence, we come to see that the confines of our skin enclose not only what can be physically discerned and what the anatomist can dissect and diagnose after death, but also the ultimate goal of all cosmic life. The marvelous saying of primordial religions that we are made in the image of God Himself acquires a new, infinitely resonant meaning. And knowledge gained through the faculty of inspiration teaches us to see what we actually experience in pre-earthly existence in relation to the divine spiritual powers on which the whole cosmos is founded. In considering only earthly human life, we speak first of the human embryo, which develops in the womb, and then after birth into the form of the growing child. Naturally, the embryo is seen here as something small that gradually increases in size. In our pre-earthly existence, we also live in a kind of embryo or germinal state. But this embryo involves an experience of the whole cosmos of soul and spirit. Here we have, in a sense, become one with the soul spiritual cosmos. Divine spiritual powers indwell us, live and work within us, permeate us, and configure in us the grandeur of a spirit germ that contains in itself the powers that must pass through spiritual existence until the time of birth or conception, so that they can emerge again in earthly life, when, as its outer sculptor, we need to shape and elaborate our own physical organism. If we grasp this, we become aware of the miraculous nature of this physical organism. For as the goal of the cosmic germ of our inner life, we can experience its immeasurable grandeur through fully conscious soul-spiritual vision. We acquire our physical embryo from the physical world, but our spiritual germ comes to us from the spiritual world. And before we descended to physical earth existence, we were, you can say, a soul-spiritual embryo poured out into the whole world, which subsequently united with the physical embryo that receives us as we come down into earth existence. Through the faculty of inspiration, we can gain insight into our pre-earthly cosmic existence. Just as we know ourselves to be one with our physical organism here, this further insight shows us to be one with the whole world. Here, in this world, we look upon the external manifestations of spirit within nature and in human life, and have an intimation of the divine spirit behind these sensory phenomena. In pre-earthly existence, we are imbued, infused, and interwoven with this divine spiritual existence, and as it lives within us, it implants in us the powers that draw us toward physical existence on earth. Just as we raise our eyes here to the wonderful star-strewn heavens, so in gazing from extra-telluric existence, we look upon the wondrous edifice of the physical human being living on earth. Let's put it like this. We look up from the earth to the heavens in our physical existence on earth, but gaze from the heavens to the earth in our pre-earthly existence. And then we can grasp the earth as it ought really to live within us, as the work of the gods. All this is immediate experience initially in our pre-earthly life. But once we have passed through this pre-earthly existence, divine spiritual beings withdraw from us human beings at a certain point. As yet there is no natural world around us. And in this soul spiritual existence, we do not yet have physical eyes or physical organs, and therefore would anyway be unable to see a natural world. Around us still is something like a shimmer of divine spirit. This is a decisive turning point in our pre-earthly life. First, we experience ourselves as immediately rooted in divine spiritual existence, as pervaded by it. And then comes a moment when, although our eyes of spirit still gaze on a world of spirit around us, we no longer live with divine beings, but instead they reveal themselves to us, are apparent to us through their deeds. This manifestation of spirit and soul is only a reflection of what we ourselves previously experienced. In other words, we leave the sphere of direct experience for one of manifestation or appearance. And gradually, as we enter this realm of manifestation, we realize that divine spiritual beings have withdrawn from our immediate experience, and now we can only perceive their appearance. They are still there for us, certainly, but only as perceived by our eyes of spirit and soul. At this moment of our pre-earthly soul spiritual existence, there awakens in us something I can only compare with the desire living in our physical organism. We are inwardly infused with a growing desire as the pre-birth world around us becomes appearance rather than direct experience. Only now, really, do we feel a sense of self distinct from our surroundings. We depart from cosmic experience and from an experience of our own human nature, which, as cosmic and not just human beings, we possessed for a period of life between death and new birth, during which universal consciousness and a consciousness of humanity were one for us. Now, this universal awareness and awareness of our human nature start to sunder, so that we no longer experience the world directly, but only manifesting at one remove as a separate interior life emerges in us. Previously, our inner life was one with the world, but now an interior experience forms that is separate from our surroundings, and this first manifests as an inner desire, a wish, a will. A wishing, a will, a desire always has a focus or object. This wishing, will, and desire homes in on our future life on earth, which we will descend to again after a while. We are filled by visions of our future life on earth, and with this we absorb powers that then become unconscious when we pass through fetal development in the womb. First, we possess these visions consciously, but this consciousness is increasingly dulled. At a point arrives when our desire grows strong, and when even the manifestation of the divine spiritual world in which we were previously alive and active grows ever darker. The world of spirit around us becomes ever more shadowy. What previously shone brightly in effulgence of divine revelation grows darker and more shadowy. As these outer spiritual surroundings grow obscured, the inner powers of desire become all the stronger and more insistent. The surroundings of our spiritual existence darken, while our interior world becomes more vigorous. And after some time, this vigorous inner world of ours deprives us completely of an awareness of our future life on earth. For a period not long preceding earthly conception, our view of earthly existence is darkened and obscured, whereas before we were able to gaze upon it as the vivid goal, the majestic cosmic tableau within which we were living. Now, though our view of the earth vanishes and is replaced instead by a different sight, not long before we descend to the earth, we lose our vision of the earth and instead gain vision of the etheric world. Our gaze opens to etheric phenomena that conceal light within them and life forces. Everything spread out in space but working not centrifugally, but from the earth up into space, but as it were centripetally, from the world's periphery to the earth, the etheric pouring into the earth. An etheric world becomes spiritually visible around us, as if in a great cosmic mist, within which the most diverse forms can be seen. And from this etheric world, with the power we still possess, that of desire, we can draw our own ether body from the universal etheric, the cosmic mist. We can form it, and in doing so we configure with this etheric body a reflection of what we once were previously in the soul spiritual world. We incorporate this ether body into what we meet coming toward us as genetic inheritance, the physical substantiality with which our forefathers endow us, and we descend to earthly existence. I have only briefly outlined what we perceive by the faculties of imagination and inspiration when we enlarge our awareness beyond the confines of ordinary earthly consciousness. During Earth evolution, as we progressed to the state of consciousness we possess today, which is strictly bound up with physical corporeality, we lost our original state of awareness, as I have often stated. I have pointed out that history really only describes the outward aspects of humanity's life on earth, and that we also need a soul history, which would show that we have not always had our modern state of consciousness. Today, people use the rational mind alone to create a synthesis of what their sensory organs perceive, and can only raise to their awareness what rises from their physical nature. The further back we trace past eras of humanity, the more we see that people once had a kind of primordial clairvoyance, albeit dreamlike in nature. What we can today acquire by the faculties of imagination and inspiration is a fully conscious perception, really just as conscious as mathematical thinking. In a former time, people had only a dull, dreamlike awareness, although it was one imbued with wisdom. These people of a former era not only sensed what modern human beings experience when they reflect upon themselves, but also had a clairvoyant feeling of what I described to you yesterday. If we return to the most ancient Egyptian era, and still further back to times of which no historical records are extant, of which only the kind of history I presented in my title Occult Science, also known as Esoteric Science, can tell us, we discover human beings who could gaze upon their pre-earthly existence without the need for exercises such as I have often described to you. They could do so because something like a memory of this pre-earthly existence still lived in their souls. Today, people have acquired their freedom at the expense of having only a faculty of memory in the form of abstract thoughts, of events and experiences during their earthly life. In primordial times, human beings could gaze into their souls and draw from within not only such memories of their current physical life, but also soul pictures of what I have described. Today we can recall by our ordinary faculties what we experienced 20 or 30 years ago, and in the same way a person of more ancient times could in a sense recall what he had experienced in pre-earthly existence, and what I have presented to you today as the findings of spiritual science. In those ancient times, a person was as certain of his pre-earthly existence as you are certain that you were not born yesterday, and had this certainty by virtue of what he experienced within his soul. This gave him the assurance that the intrinsic nature of his soul experience already existed in a soul spiritual world before he descended to physical earthly existence, and that this entelechy passes through the portal of death and is independent of the physical organism, both building up the physical organism for earthly existence and entering a continued existence after passing over the threshold of death. But what is it exactly that continues on after physical existence on earth? The thoughts we experience here on earth are bound up with the physical organism. By contrast, the expressions of will that spring up so wonderfully from within us, in a way we can only grasp in thoughts and ideas, are all deeply unconscious for the soul, like the events of sleep themselves. We know we wish to lift a hand or an arm, but have no idea what actually occurs between the motivating thought and the actual lifting of an arm, in this whole intermediate miracle leading to the tensing of a muscle. The will that rises in us remains largely unconscious, or in other words, is only reflected in our conscious mind. But if we study this life of will through the faculties of inspiration and intuition, we can make huge discoveries. In physical earthly existence, as considered only from an external perspective, we perform actions which a materialistic age sees fit to believe are fully contained within this physical realm and have no further significance beyond it. But if we can look down into the true will nature of the human being, which remains unconscious to the ordinary waking mind, we find as we progress through our earthly existence something taking shape that is composed of an evaluation of our actions. And this does not arise from thinking, but from will. In the physical realm we say that an action is good or bad, that we are satisfied or dissatisfied with it. We might believe that this is only an abstract judgment, which we add to the action. When we use true faculties of inspiration and intuition to gaze into the nature of the human will, we see that what is here only a thought, there becomes an actual being. We see how our evaluation of satisfaction or dissatisfaction with an action inwardly becomes a reality of the will, and how a whole being takes shape in the depths of our human nature. The countenance of this being, if I may put it like this, depends on the nature of our actions here in earthly existence. If we have done bad deeds which a fully developed human conscience cannot be happy with, a being ugly in countenance develops within us. Whereas if we have done deeds we can be satisfied with, a being with a sympathetic countenance emerges. So you see, the evaluation of our actions gives rise to an inner being in us. When we are children, our thoughts are still working to shape our physical organism, after which they become abstract. And as our thoughts increasingly become dependent on the physical organism, because if you like a kind of... Let me read that again. And as our thoughts increasingly become dependent on the physical organism, become, if you like, a kind of corpse in our physical organism, for they are not alive, they are dead thoughts. So at the same time our moral nature stirs below in the unconscious, and we elaborate this ourselves during our lifetime. This moral being exists and unites with our I being, and it is this moral being that we then bear with us over the threshold of death when we enter the world of spirit. As we cross the threshold of death and emerge into the world of spirit, you will find an account of this in my book titled Theosophy. We have laid aside our physical body and dwell in our etheric body, still retaining there an awareness of our earthly deeds. But this awareness starts to be infused with cosmic universal awareness. The etheric body resolves into the general world ether. Just as we gather it together before birth, so now it dissolves in the world ether. What I call the astral body in my book titled Theosophy is what we gradually live our way back into the cosmos with. at the same time united with our newly formed moral and spiritual organism. It is this we initially bear out with us as we find our way back into the cosmos. And now a task arises for us, connected with what I said about human sleep in our last lecture. I spoke of how we have the strength during sleep to re-enter our physical organism by virtue of what we can call moon forces. These moon forces are what bring us back into physical earth existence, and do so each and every morning. We find ourselves within this sphere of moon forces after we have laid aside our physical and etheric bodies. But that encompassing universal consciousness I described to you cannot be acquired within these moon forces, since here, through this moral earth organism, we have something that still ties us to the earth. We have to detach ourselves from the moon forces, leaving behind, in the moon sphere, what we ourselves have woven into being from the moral quality of our actions, from all that we ourselves accomplished as moral or immoral actions. We have to leave this behind in the moon sphere and penetrate further into the sun sphere, the world of stars. Now we must not only enter the reflection of it, as I described in relation to sleep, but the real world of sun and stars as we detach ourselves from the moon sphere. Primordial humankind also had a clairvoyant awareness of this, and could speak of things we can only discover today by developing our powers of soul and spirit. Primordial human beings could speak of these things through the natural elemental powers innate in them. But they were at the same time always guided by the teachings that issued from the mysteries, as we are guided today by science, by various educational establishments, which of course did not exist in more ancient times. The perception of life before birth and after death was in a sense governed by the higher knowledge of initiates of the mysteries. The latter knew by inner experience that the human being cannot release himself from the moon sphere after death by his own powers, and they passed this insight on to the rest of primordial humanity. The initiates knew that a spiritual being must come from the cosmos to meet the human soul, and that the sun is the outward physical reflection of this being. This being had to come to meet them, had to draw them away from the moon sphere. They had to leave behind what they bore with them as guilt from their sojourn on earth, and were then led up into the guilt-free sphere of the cosmos by what all ancient initiates called the great sun being, which was marvelously described in all the ancient mysteries. In those days people were told that they needed the strength that came toward them from the heavens. But at that time people had a very different organization, as I have said, and possessed inner clairvoyant powers. While on earth they still knew from inner vision that there was a supersensible world, they really had no fear of death, for what was death? An experience in life and part of it. And they saw that they possessed something within them that was untouched by death, something in their body. And because it dwelt in their body, they could see how the sun being came toward them, whose help they could welcome after death. Implicit in the earthly advance of humanity is the fact that human beings have lost perception of their external nature. Humankind has acquired an intellectual mind completely bound up with the physical body and dependent on it. Our earthly consciousness depends on the way our physical body is organized, and this earthly consciousness obscures our vision of the world of spirit, even before we are born and also after we die. Unlike primordial humankind, or even people in ancient Egypt, it is not the case today that we bring a certain light with us when we cross the threshold of death to illumine the surrounding space, if I can put this metaphorically, of the supersensible world, or rush headlong toward the lofty sun being who comes to lead us away from the moon sphere. Back in those times, they possessed something within them, between birth and death, that enabled them to perceive this sublime sun being. There was no need to feel awkward about this expression. Based on their insights, the ancient initiates inevitably called this being the sublime sun being. But a time came in humanity's evolution when people would have lost the capacity to penetrate worlds after death that they must penetrate if they do not wish to lose themselves. On the other hand, humanity had to advance toward the only kind of consciousness in which one can acquire human freedom. This would have meant humanity falling into a terrible condition at a certain point, a complete separation from the supersensible world. The perfection they acquire here on earth, that predestines them for freedom, would have led to their loss of the world of spirit. They would have been unable to find a connection with the spiritual being who draws them away and releases them from what connects them with the earth in their life after death. What, therefore, came to sustain humanity's further true evolution? No abstract knowledge or theoretical doctrine could help here, but only that same being who had formerly dwelt in supersensible worlds and came to meet human beings in the supersensible realm between death and birth. The only thing that could help us was for this being to descend to the earth, so that human beings can find a connection with him while still on earth. And this descent is the event of Golgotha. The Christ being descended and took earthly existence upon himself in Jesus of Nazareth. In our earthly life, we gain a connection with Christ Jesus, enhancing our earthly consciousness by looking toward Christ Jesus and feeling sympathy and compassion in relation to the mystery of Golgotha. Awareness flows into our earthly consciousness that we are not just an capital I that can be free. We can fill ourselves with the Pauline saying, quote, "Not I, but Christ in me," close quote, and make this a truth here in earthly life. The I we acquire here would otherwise constrict us and separate us from the supersensible world. But when this earthly consciousness connects us with what entered earth existence through the Christ being sacrifice, we can bear this I through death. The capacity we formerly had only by virtue of possessing elementary powers is something we are now endowed with, since the mystery of Golgotha, by the connection of our mind and soul as earthly human beings with the Christ, with the mystery of Golgotha, which safeguards our life as we pass through the portal of death. You see, the consciousness we acquire through the physical body would inevitably be lost again when we relinquish this body, and we would not find our way through worlds of spirit. But if on earth we find our guide, the Christ, who passed through the mystery of Golgotha, and if we have joined our earthly humanity with his spiritual strength in accordance with the Pauline saying, "Not I, but Christ in me," then we come living through the portal of death. We can therefore give full seriousness to another Pauline saying, that if Christ had not come to earth, or in other words overcome death, human beings would gain no help from all their faith. The ancient initiates told people that a super-earthly being would connect with the consciousness that they possessed here by virtue of their whole human nature, and would lead them away from moon existence into the pure, universal existence of the cosmos. Modern initiates must say instead, consider what occurred through Christ at the mystery of Golgotha, and take up into your consciousness the substantiality of Christ with all its power. This will pass with you through death and lead you toward the worlds that you must traverse between death and a new birth. In the moon sphere you will leave behind your moral being and only rediscover it when you return there. And your earthly destiny will be a reflection of what you left behind in the moon sphere and then rediscover there. The things I am telling you have only been available to naturally endowed human inquiry through powers that humanity developed since the last third of the 19th century. Previously, these powers were more or less obscured. They existed in the ancient times I described, but then in a dreamlike way. In the early Christian centuries, people did not possess what we can achieve today through imagination, inspiration, and intuition, but they had a natural atavistic clairvoyance, and there were still old initiates living at the time of the mystery of Golgotha. They told the people who trusted in them that Christ, who was present in the world they recalled as the period of their pre-earthly existence, and formerly dwelt only in spheres beyond the earth, had descended to earth through the cross of Golgotha. This is why in the first 4 centuries of the Christian era, in the West also, people very largely focused on the Christ who descended to earth. Everywhere you find that accounts from the early Christian centuries, almost all of which were destroyed, described how the Christ came down to earth from cosmic worlds of spirit and took on earthly life in the body of Jesus of Nazareth. Very great emphasis was placed in those days on this descent to the earth. But when the old initiates started to die out in the 4th century A.D., before the advent of a new initiation science that would appear only in the last third of the 19th century, the lack of any direct perception obliged religious authors to set down what they received by way of tradition and to pass it on. To acquire freedom in their consciousness, humankind needed to forget the old initiation science for a period. As the 19th century approached, therefore, humanity increasingly forgot about the descent to earthly existence of the super-earthly Christ being, and his encompassing of this existence in the body of Jesus of Nazareth. In the end, the historical events were all that remained, so that Jesus increasingly came to overshadow Christ in people's awareness. Christ was no longer seen as a supersensible being. Today we must learn anew to speak of the Christ as a supersensible being, understanding what it means that Christ sustains the life of the human soul. The body, you see, has altered during humanity's evolution. Why did ancient people possess a clairvoyant faculty? Because their body was softer, and the glands at work in it were more active than ours. Our glands, in particular, have become harder. And as this hardening progresses, as the human body grows harder and glandular activity grows more sluggish, intellectualism is supported by this and increasingly develops. Glandular activity in the human body grows more sluggish, and at the same time this body itself becomes extremely useful to the rational mind. And we must acquire our connection with the world of the spirit all the more through our soul instead. Initiates in the early Christian centuries still knew all this, but expressed it with a courage nowadays lacking from people's words. They described how people would gradually have become increasingly sick and ailing in body if Christ had not come and endowed them with soul health. In these early Christian centuries, therefore, Christ was revered not in abstractions, as is our practice today, but, above all, as healer, as the great universal physician, the Redeemer. We must relearn and reacquire all these things. But this will only be possible if human beings can gain insight again into the secrets of birth and death. The ability to do so can only be gained on a path of knowledge we develop through faculties of imagination, inspiration, and intuition. Gradually, we must learn of these secrets, for then we will also already acquire perception of them in our souls. The end of Lecture 2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection collected works of Rudolf Steiner, number 218, entitled Spirit as Sculptor of the Human Organism. This is Lecture 3, given in Dornach on the 20th of October, 1922. In observations we began here a short while ago, we considered the great events of history and of human evolution itself on the one hand, and on the other the individual human being. And basically each can only be properly understood in the light of the other. Today, therefore, I want to add a study of the human being himself to the broad historical perspectives we surveyed, so that these two aspects can, in a sense, be combined again in the following days. Let us once again describe the human being as anthroposophy sees him, as we have often done in the past. First, we distinguish the physical human organism, which is permeated in turn by the etheric organism. Then into this system formed of a physical and etheric organism, the astral organism and the capital I are incorporated. From the way we enter the state of sleep and return from it to waking life, we can tell that the physical and etheric organisms have a closer mutual affinity, and the astral and I are likewise more closely connected. In the waking state, these four aspects of human nature are joined together, but separate during sleep, so that the mutual connection is stronger between I and astral organism on the one hand, and between the physical and etheric organism on the other. In other words, the astral and etheric organisms are not as close-knit, if you like, as the I and the astral bodies, or the physical and etheric bodies. In studying these things, we will need to picture the way they work and interact. And here I'd like to start from some very specific observations. We look at the world around us, but what does this actually mean? Let's be very factual for a moment. Looking at the world around us means that something impinges on us or affects us. But in considering the whole human being, we have to ask what in us the surrounding world is actually affecting. Though it might appear superficially as if what we see is impinging on our physical organism, this is not the case. Our physical I, EYE, it is true, is involved when we see something in the world around us. There's a drawing. Yes, we have physical eyes, and yet everything that occurs in the physical eye is secondary, whereas the primary occurrence is really an interplay of processes in the capital I and the astral organism. I'll indicate this here by showing the activity of the capital I penetrating the I, EYE, as yellow. Naturally, this capital I also works further into the organism, and the astral organism as red. We have to be clear that the primary occurrence, when we see something, involves processes in the capital I and the astral organism. You can recognize this if you consider your own power of vision in a somewhat more intimate, less superficial way. You need only reflect when you look at the color red, for instance, whether you are able to distinguish between your own self, your capital I, and this red. You cannot. You are not able to make a distinction between yourself and the red because you are this red. It fills your awareness entirely, and you are nothing other than it. It is easier to recognize this is so if you imagine that this red is the only thing you can perceive. Imagine seeing a big red surface. In doing so, you have to first recall that you are a capital I, must first detach the capital I from this experience. But while you're looking at this big red surface, the red and your capital I have merged, and the same is true of our astral organism. Processes in the capital I and the astral organism must therefore be considered first of all in relation to how we see things. In studying the I-E-Y-E, we must consider, and here you see how complex this is, that we have a kidney system, which I'll draw here schematically. This kidney system belongs to our physical organism firstly, and possesses solid parts. As you know, I have often said that there is not so much solidity in us, not so much that is mineral in nature, for we are 90% water, a column of water if you like. But we do have some solid constituents, which are continually afloat in fluid, in a watery element. Thus we must see the kidney system at the same time as a point of departure for the watery element present not only in the eliminatory function of the kidney system, but pervading the whole organism, and among other things, also rising into the eyes. E-Y-E. But this watery element, which in a sense radiates outward from the kidney system and even streams into the eyes, is not dead, but living fluid. You would form a very mistaken idea of the fluid, the watery element in us, if you were to imagine that this water within the living human organism is the same as the water in a brook. This is not so. The brook contains dead water, while the fluid in the human organism is alive. Not only the blood plasma, but all fluid within us is alive, and finally dissolved in the waves, if you like, of this fluid element are also the solid constituents I mentioned earlier, which are born everywhere through the organism, also as far as the eyes. On these waves of the inner fluid element, the human being's etheric organism also shines into the eyes. Two different things now meet in the eye, E-Y-E. Our etheric organism pervades it, and then there is the optic nerve. And now the astral picture arising in the human astral body streams into the fluid filled by the etheric organism. And this aspect here arises through the capital I. It streams into it, and then also streams onward. This means that in the human eye, E-Y-E, and also in the human optic nerve, we have a meeting of the external impression, really first present in the capital I and the astral body, with the physical body and etheric body from within. The physical body born on our mineral constituents, and the etheric body born on our fluid constituents. Now this does not remain with the eye, E-Y-E. What the eye, E-Y-E, mediates shines into the rest of the organism. Vision, we can say, really involves an encounter between the extraordinary complex process at work in the capital I and astral body, on the one hand, and the physical and etheric body confronting them from within the organism, the former in its mineral constituents and the latter in the waves or currents of living fluid. What I have here described in relation to vision, in fact, continually occurs throughout the human organism. On waves of living fluid, driven by the physical body, the etheric body continually encounters the capital I impelled astral body with all its external impressions. And our whole human constitution, our whole very interior situation, is dependent on the way in which these two streams encounter each other within us, for they need to encounter each other in the right way. What does, in quotes, right mean in this context? Here, once again, we meet some extremely complex factors. In our head organization, there's another drawing, the head is really a modeled reflection of the powers which we possessed in our pre-earthly existence as being of soul and spirit. The head has been modeled and develops very, very early on in the embryo, really only retaining a sculpting capacity. If the human head did not have this modeling or sculpting capacity, it would be a dead entity. The human head is a wonderful structure, a faithful image or imprint of the physical, etheric, and even the astral body and the capital I. It models and reflects how these forces enter earthly existence from a super-earthly realm. The head does indeed form itself as an image of cosmic experiences which we undergo in pre-earthly existence, retaining only the power to sculpt and shape. In studying the child, we can see that all shaping and modeling power emanates really from his head, shining down into the rest of the organism and giving appropriate plastic shape to his organs as he grows. What emanates from the head is nothing other than a plastic shaping power. And when processes such as those involved in vision penetrate the head, they encounter an incipient power which seeks to shape and configure them. What enters through the eyes seeks to assume form inwardly in us. Above all, it seeks to shape the nerves, the nervous system, so that in a sense a kind of reflection arises within us of the outer impression. So we can put it like this. In this direction, passing inward from the senses, a shaping power enters. This power seeks, in a sense, and subtly, to make us into a sculpted column. This is really how it is. Everything we see is trying to make us into a column in a certain subtle sense. Coming to meet this is another power, in this instance from the kidney system, acting in everything I have described. This power continually dissolves what is seeking to assume shape. Reflect on this for a moment. If I try to illustrate this for you, I would have to say, a very subtle image enters from the eye, E-Y-E, and tries to form a shape, even to the extent of trying to make this a physical configuration. The kind of influence exerted here involves salts that are otherwise dissolved, forming conglomerations, trying to become solid salt in a continuing tendency to shape and form. But now, likewise, continually, there rises from below a tendency to dissolve this again. Thus we have in the human organism an ongoing inward penetrating tendency seeking to form a column, and something from within that continually dissolves it again. This process occurring in the encounter of the astral with the etheric, in which the latter is borne toward the astral on waves of fluidity, is immensely important for human life. In fact, it encompasses the whole of it. Imagine for a moment that someone tells you something this evening, but this too is an impression, albeit one that arises differently, involves different senses from when you see a red surface. What is communicated to you seeks to assume form or shape within you. If it succeeds in doing so, you retain a memory of it. And if your head is of the type that is very keen to salt away every impression, then you'll have a wonderful memory and can rattle off whatever anyone has told you like a robot. But this is not true of most people, since they largely tend to dissolve everything again. And what does this dissolving in the stream of fluid bearing the etheric body, and meeting and confronting, and what, let me read that again. But this is not true of most people, since they largely tend to dissolve everything again. And what does this dissolving is the stream of fluid bearing the etheric body, and meeting and confronting the plastic shaping forces. This continual dissolving current is a warm one, in fact. As we study this, we become aware of something extremely interesting. If we wish to possess human rather than robot-type memories that we rattle off mechanically, we ought not to form a solid salt structure whenever someone tells us something. There are people who do this, but they lose their autonomy in the process. Rather than being the person who remembers things, they can start to be driven by them and become mechanical. If one wishes to be an autonomous person, the following process has to unfold. What another person tells you, or what you read, remains initially in the capital I and the astral body, and now seeks to penetrate through the brain organization, the head organization, into the fluid system, first of all, and can then consolidate and call forth a kind of mineral type structure. But it is good that the inner stream arrives and initially extinguishes this, so that at most the impression itself penetrates the fluid, though it grows vague and blurred there, and no solid structure is created. Since no solid structure arises, the process remains in the astral body only. Now when night comes, one falls asleep, and the astral body and capital I depart, taking the impression with them, which gains in strength during sleep. And there's a drawing. Then it enters again when we wake up, and is possibly extinguished again, and usually this process is repeated 3 or 4 times. Only after the 4th night is the extinguishing power no longer strong enough, and then this impression settles in us as this plastic structure that is no longer dissolved and becomes the basis for memory pictures. You will say, though, that you remember things you heard yesterday when you haven't yet slept on them a few times. That's quite correct, but that is a different matter. Remembering things you only heard yesterday is due to them still remaining in your astral body, or possibly making an impression in the etheric body. But one does not forget things after just a day, or even after 2 or 3. When something is truly forgotten, the inner dissolving power is so vigorous after the 4th day that the impression is entirely extinguished. Then it really is gone. We irretrievably forget something if the strength available can still dissolve it as it recurs in us a 4th time. This is very interesting and can be observed by the faculty of imagination, so that we learn how things are retained or not. And this leads us to something else, to understanding that the human head is a much slower customer than the rest of us. In speaking of the threefold human being, with the rhythmic organism in the center between the neurosensory organism, that is the head organism on the one hand, and the system of limbs and metabolism on the other, we can say that the head organism works at a much slower tempo in its whole development and existence than the organism of metabolism and limbs. And while this inner conglomeration, this shaping and forming, resulting from some impression or other, takes, let us say, just as an example, a second, the kidney system has, in the same amount of time, already given 4 extinguishing impulses, 4 extinguishing attacks, if you like. It is interesting that in this encounter I have described, the upward impetus from the kidney system and the downward impetus from external influences relate to each other in the same rhythm as that between breathing and pulse, and that in fact there are 4 dissolving attacks to every entering impression. And it is also due to this that we must sleep on something 4 times before it becomes solidly enough inscribed in us. These things cohere in a wonderful way if we can really study the inner configuration of the human organism. But this also relates to something else. If we rise upward toward the head in our consideration of the human being, we enter a tempo of life that is 4 times slower than the one we meet when we look at the digestive organs, say, or the kidney system. The kidney system works speedily, bringing what it inwardly processes through into the etheric realm that floats upon the waves of living water. When we shut our eyes and consciously dull our brain, and then study what streams from the kidneys, we arrive at imaginations that float upon the living water. In other words, we see our own interior in imaginations. This reveals an extremely interesting structure. If you imagine this to be the kidney system, there's a drawing, you can say that what we're calling the living water streams out from it toward the whole organism. What is eliminated here is only the relatively exhausted excess, which passes outward. But at the same time, this enlivened water, imbued with the etheric organism, goes toward the whole of the rest of the organism. This etheric organization contains plentiful imaginations, is entirely pervaded with them. We can perceive these imaginations as an image of our own organism if we subdue our brain consciousness and all sensory perceptions. This is a healthy process. But if the kidney is diseased, and this leads to a strong irradiation of the life water, all kinds of forms arise in it, giving rise, as we know, to subjective apparitions that can affect people with kidney disease. The impetus working as I have described, basically an impetus in inner images, through which inner body warmth continually pulses, meeting impressions from without that seek to become sculptural, works 4 times faster than the influx working inward from without. And we find this expressed once more in a certain periodicity occurring in our life, insofar as we see such periods as issuing from the etheric organism. In other words, issuing precisely from what I have drawn here. We speak of 7-year periods in our life. Up to the second dentition, then sexual maturity, and so forth. For instance, at the age of the 6th year of life, when the second teeth are emerging, the physical body approaches the end of its intrinsic action, and then the etheric organism comes more fully into its own, up to the time of sexual maturity. But something issues from the head and opposes what unfolds in these periodic and rhythmic processes from one 7-year period to the next, continually seeking to slow down these processes, since the head proceeds in a far slower way. By the time someone is nearing the end of his 28th year, the head has really only arrived at the point that the rest of the human being achieved at the end of his 7th year. This is a very important secret of the development of a human individual. Outwardly, this comes to expression in the fact that we cannot really think of ourselves as fully grown, both inwardly and outwardly, until our late 20s. Everything issuing from the head only comes to completion then. At the age of 28, the head is really only 7 years old, and so this is something we have in our whole being. In the same way that we have breathing and blood circulation, and the relationship between them, so as a correlation throughout our life, head processes relate to the processes that emanate from the digestive system and from our whole system of metabolism and limbs. This too has a 1-to-4 relationship and is of great significance for life. For instance, it means that everything we teach a child between 7 and 14 only gradually comes to expression in the head, and really not until the age of 35 has everything come to expression in the head, so that the head has caught up and everything has achieved its full resonance there. This takes 4 times 7 years. The first period being that between 7 and 14, the second from 14 to 21, the third from 21 to 28, and the fourth from 28 to 35. This casts a really vital light on the right way of teaching and educating children. You can see that education must be arranged in a way that takes proper cognizance of these things. If you consider only what the child finds interesting and can absorb between the age of 7 and 14, what catches his attention, then you can teach him what he wishes to take notice of at present. But the processes at work in the system of limbs and metabolism, which initially physically sustain what is absorbed, fade after 7 years. And now something must remain, even if the substance sustaining it is gone. It must be accessible to the head and must be adequate to last until the age of 21, when substance has again been replaced. Once more it must last until the age of 28, when the substance has again disappeared, and it must have the capacity to last through until the age of 35. Then finally it will be settled entirely in the ether body, and will not so easily be dispelled from it, since this body is not replaced in the same way as physical substance. So you see how things are interrelated in human life, and we therefore need to know that if we were nothing but a head, we would really only be 7 years old by the time we were 28, and only 14 years old by the time we were 35. As far as the intrinsic aim of the human head is concerned, our tranquil development is continually exposed to attack from the system of metabolism and limbs. So if we want to understand human nature, we cannot regard the substance of the head as being homogeneous with that of the rest of the organism, but must instead see the interplay between the metabolism limb system and the head organism as a rhythmic relationship that works right into individual organs. Consider the eye, EYE. Here we have the optic nerve on the one hand and the blood vessels on the other. There's a drawing. The system of metabolism and limbs is found in the eye, EYE, in the form of blood vessels, whereas the neurosensory organism is represented by the optic nerve. Now, let's take a closer look at the eye, where we find a 1-to-4 relationship between processes at work in the optic nerve, in the retina, and the tempo of the pulse. In the eye there is a continual intervibration between two different rhythms in a 1-to-4 ratio, and visual processes depend on this. What occurs in the eye's choroid membrane seeks to dissolve what is trying to consolidate in the nerves. The optic nerve keeps trying to create contoured forms, whereas the choroid membrane, with the blood flowing there, keeps trying to dissolve this. Things are not as simple as people usually picture them. The eye's arterial vessels have their own network, and the venous capillaries incorporate themselves into this in turn, so that the one does not connect directly with the other. Specifically, in the eye, we can say that the arterial blood streams out in a sense and only then is absorbed by the venous system, giving rise to a gentle outflow and reabsorption in the eye. It is quite mistaken, a great oversimplification, to think that the arterial blood passes directly into the venous blood here. That is not the case. Instead, we see a fine outflow followed by absorption. The circulatory rhythm vibrates in this outflow, and the breathing rhythm vibrates in the adjoining nerve, and these enter into interplay in the eye. Thus, vision really consists of the encounter of these two rhythms in the eye. It is worthwhile reflecting that if these two rhythms were identical, we would be unable to see anything. Imagine you're running alongside a cart. If you run as fast as it is going, you will not feel its motion. But if you walk 4 times slower, but still keep holding onto it, you will feel a pull. The cart will carry on, and you will have to hold it back if you wish to slow it down. The same is true in the eye. The function of the optic nerve tries to hold back the rhythm that is 4 times faster, and in doing so, visual perception arises in the same way that you'll feel the cart if you're walking 4 times slower than it is going. If you walk or run at the same speed, you won't feel anything pulling you. And how do you experience yourself as an I capital? By virtue of the fact that your head runs 4 times more slowly than the rest of your organism. Here you sense yourself, perceive yourself inwardly, because your head functions are slower and out of step with the tempo of the system of limbs and metabolism. And now, there are countless human illnesses and disorders which result from the following. Every organism has a certain measure of equilibrium in this 4-to-1 rhythm. A certain measure of equilibrium obtains depending on the precise nature of our organism. The relationship is never exactly 1-to-4, you see, but there are all kinds of possible permutations depending on the diverse nature of individuals. A certain ratio holds sway in each human individual, and if this is disrupted, if, say, 1:4 is the normal relationship for a particular person at a certain time of life, but circumstances arise where instead it becomes 1:4 and 1/7, then the dissolving force grows too vigorous, and the person in question cannot develop a sufficient columnar quality. You need only think of conditions involving excessive deliquescence. The opposite can occur equally, giving rise to conditions that manifest as cramp-type disorders. If the astral vibrates too quickly through the etheric and physical bodies, flickering through them and not grasping them slowly enough, cramps appear. Consider ordinary cramps or seizures in childhood, for instance. These are caused by nothing other than the astral organism and the capital I, not yet properly descending into the physical and etheric organism. The right interplay and relationship still needs to be established. You see, the astral organism and the I, capital, at first vibrate too quickly into the organism of limbs and metabolism, and the latter cannot yet properly cope with this. When the vibration occurs in the right way, the astral organism and the capital I slowly penetrate a piece of the physical and etheric organism. We can say that every astral current always properly grasps a tiny drop of the life water through which the etheric streams. They adjust to one another if the right tempo is present. But if the entering vibration is too rapid, another drawing, then the astral gives a jolt to the etheric, and thus also to the life water, giving rise to cramp-like conditions, especially in childhood, since the proper rhythm for this influx has not yet been established. This has far-reaching implications. For instance, we can, at least, explain a severe disorder, seen as a great problem today, in terms of a particular disruption to the proper harmony of this relationship. I am thinking of the grave condition of polio, or infantile paralysis. We thus find an explanation for this disease, although not its cure immediately, since the discord of tempo here is caused by less accessible conditions. In general, we can only gain real insight into the human organism if we can take account of such conditions, knowing that it is not an abstract truth to say we sleep when our capital I and astral body withdraw from the physical and etheric body, and that what exists outside the physical and etheric body at night contains impulses for a much slower kind of life activity than do the levels of our being that remain behind. In sleep, we are almost entirely a being of limbs and metabolism, through into the brain. Since then, everything that occurs is subject to the sway of the organism of limbs and metabolism. Now, inwardly, in relation to everything subject to the slower rhythm, we are greatly exposed to harmonic powers, while all that corresponds to the quicker rhythm has an affinity with luciferic powers. If you take a look at the group statue, you can see that everything harmonic in nature is oriented to the slow rhythm, and everything harmonic in nature there is oriented to the slow rhythm, and therefore the corresponding forms are hardened into stiff angular ones. Everything of a luciferic nature in this wooden sculpture relates to a fast rhythm, which because of this rapidity rounds all the forms, giving them a wave-like rather than sharp, spiky, or stiffened appearance. Just by observing the forms themselves, you can see the tempo of relationship depicted there between 3 or 4 and 1. These things are important for understanding both the healthy and the sick human organism. Science will need this enlargement of view, which can only be provided by what I here call anthroposophical spiritual science. I will continue these reflections and subsequently reconcile them, so that we can start to see history arising from human nature, and on the other hand, the human being arising from history. The end of Lecture 3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a Collected Works of Rudolf Steiner, number 218, entitled Spirit as Sculptor of the Human Organism. Translated by Matthew Barton. This is Lecture 4, given in Dornach on the 22nd of October 1922. Today I want to show how a certain understanding of the human being can also serve as a foundation for considering broader historical contexts. Tomorrow, from this perspective, we may then be able to gain insight into some contemporary phenomena. The day before yesterday I spoke about the human constitution itself, and today I want to embark on this again from another angle. If we consider the human being in his mundane daily life, initially from the most ordinary everyday aspect, we see that he has to eat to live. He has to ingest the substances of nature, derived from the animal, vegetable, and to some extent also the mineral kingdoms. What he thus absorbs, however, undergoes a huge transformation within the human organism. The foods we eat ordinarily, prepared at most by cooking, enter our organism initially in a form more or less as they exist in the surrounding world, although perhaps a little modified. The air we breathe in enters us, likewise, in the condition in which it exists in our surroundings. This is true, too, of more important things still, such as light. But we will leave this aside for the time being. Now, food and air have to undergo a huge transformation within us in order to fill our organism, and in a sense become human within it. An outward account of the process involved here is very familiar to us nowadays. We ingest food, as I have said, in more or less its original form, although it may have been prepared a little for eating. We work on it initially, especially through secretions from glands and the rest of the digestive tract. We take it into us, fluidize it, saturate it with a substance called ptyalin, which is secreted by the salivary glands. Then we draw the food further into our digestive tract. I do not need to describe the whole tract to you, but I describe the process involved. As we absorb and ingest foods and process them within us, they are changed from what they were originally. What they become within us could never have come about through external processes. In the chemical laboratory, we can subject foods to all kinds of processes, but this will not mirror what happens to food when it enters our stomach, and from there the digestive tract. There, food becomes something quite different from what it was to begin with. The first thing that occurs is the eradication from the food of every trace of outer life. People eat meat drawn from their external surroundings, from the animal kingdom, but in doing so, mastication and the further process of digestion drive out everything that this food represents within animal bodies, and likewise all life that vegetables possess in the plant kingdom. All the life they possess, by virtue of being plants, has to be driven out of them. The only things we absorb as they exist in the outer world are mineral constituents as such. If we add salt, already mineral in nature, to a meal, or sugar, which has been prepared in a way that renders it dead, even if it may originally have been drawn from the organic realm, we have in fact ingested something dead, and this undergoes the least transformation within us, merely one that could be induced externally in a lab. But everything that enters our organism from the animal and plant kingdom has to be first thoroughly killed off, if I may put it like that. Our cooking also involves a kind of preparatory killing when we expose foods to heat and so on. Our digestion takes this further, thoroughly accomplishes it, so that by the time our food has undergone a certain inner development and arrives in the lower digestive organs, the intestines, basically everything has been expelled to which they were originally subject, all that was governed by the animal's astral and etheric body, and all that was subject to the plant's etheric body, and so forth. On its journey from mouth to intestines, all food has to be rendered dead. as food is conveyed to the glandular organs, which lead it onward from the intestines into the lymph vessels and blood vessels, it is then re-enlivened again. Our food must first become dead inside us and then re-enlivened. We could not endure a perpetuation within us of life as it exists in an animal whose meat we eat, or of the plant we eat. At most, inorganic nature can be absorbed without offending the laws at work within us. We could not, say, eat cabbage and let it approach the villi in our intestine with the same etheric forces the cabbage possesses when still a living plant. The etheric and astral attributes possessed by our food first have to be got rid of. And then our own etheric body must be able to absorb and re-enliven what we ingest. The life in our food has to come from us. And this occurs as food passes from the intestines through the blood vessels to the heart. You can picture it like this. Food reaches our blood, and as this blood fills the heart, our etheric body absorbs the initially dead food we ingested. When food arrives in the intestines, the last traces of the external world are divested from it, but here they are re-enlivened as they pass toward the heart. There's a drawing. This re-enlivening means, in fact, that the foodstuffs have been absorbed by our own etheric body. But if this were all that happened, they would possess too little of an earthly character. And then we would be beings who possess nothing but a mouth and digestive organs through to the heart, and we would start to be angels, since our etheric body could absorb the food and completely dissolve it. We could not be earthly. We would have to be just mouths flying around with attached gullets, with stomach and intestines and heart, and then, you see, our etheric body would absorb everything. We would have nothing but an etheric body, and the food would just evaporate in the ether body. We could not be earthly human beings if this were so. That we can be is due to us absorbing oxygen from the air. The oxygen in the air is introduced into the food, permeated by the etheric body. And this means we can go on being human beings of flesh and blood here on earth between birth and death. And there's a drawing. You can say that the oxygen makes everything that would otherwise be dispersed in our etheric body into being alive in an earthly sense. Oxygen is the substance that transposes into earthly nature what would otherwise only form etherically. Now we have arrived at the connection between heart and lungs. The heart would not yet render us earthly as human beings, but would only bring us to the point of connecting our ether body to the heart and flying around as angels on earth, as it were. Angels, though, who might have attributes some would think rather unlovely, such as a mouth, intestines, and blood vessels, through to a heart. But because the heart is in connection with the lungs and takes in oxygen, the food we ingest is not just etherized, but also rendered earthly. And now it becomes necessary to incorporate into the astral body what our etheric body has absorbed, so that we can be earthly human beings, and what has been pervaded by oxygen. Everything that has developed to the extent of becoming an activity of heart and lungs must now be taken up by the whole organism. And this happens in a way which involves the astral body too. The human kidney system mediates this activity, eliminating unusable parts of the substances that are absorbed, but conveying everything else into the whole organism in ways which are not described anywhere in modern physiology, yet which do exist. Here, the whole mush, if I can call it that, or chyme, which remains alive, after first being killed off entirely in the intestines and then re-enlivened and pervaded by oxygen, is conveyed into the astral body by the activity of the kidney system, whose influence extends throughout the organism and radiates everywhere. The astral body can now help in the further forming of what food brings about in us. And there's a drawing. This astral organism, insofar as it gains impetus from the kidney system, is now in turn connected with the head and neurosensory system, which in a sense is like a covering over it. And together the kidney and head system continually work in a way that forms into specific organs what heart activity basically renders fluid and formless. If only our mouth, stomach, intestines, heart, and lungs existed, we wouldn't have any solid organs. The stomach itself would have to be a fluid, inwardly mobile organ, and so would our lungs and heart. None of this would be solid. These organs are shaped by the influence of the kidneys, and the latter are aided in this by what emanates from the head. You see, organs not only have to be formed during childhood, but on a continuing basis, for they are continually being destroyed. Over the course of 7 to 8 years, an organ such as the stomach is entirely destroyed. Its substance disappears and is continually renewed. This means that formative forces must always be available to renew these organs. During childhood, a great deal more work of this kind has to be done, but these form-giving forces are still there later on. It happens like this, and there's another drawing. The kidney system, streaming out these forces in one direction, would only create organs in a one-sided way. For instance, it would shape a lung in a way that was nicely delimited behind, but fluid in front here, flowing away. It must encounter a power emanating from the head, so that the front of the organ is shaped by this influence. Individual organs are formed in the encounter between the forces streaming from the kidneys and those emanating from the head, which inhibit the former. This endows the organs with shaped and rounded contours. The influence from the head forms surfaces from without, while the kidneys supply a kind of streaming or radiation into the organism. It is a bit like what happens if I try to sculpt a form. I take plaster or some kind of soft substance in one hand, and then learn to build up the plaster with one hand, and there's another drawing, while the other smooths it down. The first upbuilding movement represents the kidneys. I could do this by having some kind of tub and taking the substance from it. I sling it up, smooth it off at the top, and in this way obtain these organs, formed really from an outstreaming and rounding off. Thus our organs are formed in connection with the kidney system and the head system, and inside them the forces of the astral body are at work. This is something, therefore, that involves an extremely vigorous change to the nitrogen, which here is already a long way from having the properties it does outside us. The nitrogen that still resembles external nitrogen becomes uric acid and urine and is eliminated. But what streams out from the kidneys and is assimilated is really a nitrogen that has been inwardly altered in correspondence with the active powers of the astral body. And this is something quite different from external nitrogen. What we take in as food is driven to the point where it is incorporated into astrality, into the astral body of the human organism. These processes I have described here occur in animals too, in a somewhat modified way. The animal has these processes too, and in fact in higher animals they proceed still further. In the lower animals, though, one finds at most just hints of what I will now describe. The higher animals possess it by virtue of branching off from the human race. They still have it, although in a deformed and degenerate state. Something else shines into all that develops here. So first we have this driving of foodstuffs into a dead state. At the end of this process we have the pancreas as one of the last glands that advance the whole process, so that driven toward the lymph, food is enlivened and can be absorbed by the etheric body. Then, through the communication between heart and kidneys, everything is driven into the astral body. But now the capital I must also be engaged. The I has to lay claim to everything existing in our organism. Now, I have already described to you how the etheric and astral organism must lay claim to whatever becomes part of us, how the kidney system absorbs it and radiates it into the astral, and how it becomes earthly in nature with the aid of nitrogen. Otherwise, if nitrogen did not work within us, we would inevitably be angel-like, for emanating from the kidney system, nitrogen sustains the astral body within the realm of earth. But if the liver system were not also present, the whole thing would not configure us to allow the I to participate too. The liver system drives the whole thing into the I. Thus you see, capital I. Thus you see, this you see is a continuation of the heart influence, which works right into the intestines. Absorption through the lymph vessels also belongs to the heart. By and large, the heart is the organ which, together with the lungs, drives external substances into our etheric body. Then, proceeding further from there, the kidney system drives them into our astral body, and the liver system, with its bile secretions, is what drives all of this, into our actual capital I. Only the higher animals possess a gallbladder and liver system. Lower animals do not. Not even bile is found in their bodily substances. So the liver, with its unique structure, with the portal vein and so on, and all this can be demonstrated anatomically, conducts everything so that the I can take hold of it. If all we had were what the kidneys radiate into the body, only the astral body would absorb it. Because we have the liver, which secretes bile that mixes with the chyme in our intestine, so imbuing it with liver secretions, it can then be driven into our I organism. In other words, our I organism, through the liver, the latter largely represented in physical substance by hydrogen, participates in the whole composition of the human organism. We do not, in fact, need to take in anything of a living astral nature from outside us. What we take in from outside us, we first have to reconfigure within our own organ system so that it can be incorporated into our own astral, etheric, and I systems. Here we have what I would call our whole normal organization. Just reflect on how this all has to be in accord and work together. For instance, the activity of the kidneys cannot be interrupted, and if it is because of kidney stone or cirrhosis, the astral body cannot act. Or rather, the reverse is true. When the astral body does not work properly, this leads to kidney stones or cirrhosis. When such a condition arises, this gives us a tangible picture or reflection of what is really happening in the astral body, just as heart disease shows us precisely and pictorially what is happening in the human etheric body. Last time I said that there is even a rhythmic accord. The upstreaming from the kidney always involves 4 pulses compared to the single rounding impetus that emanates from above, from the head. And this is the same relationship of 1 to 4 as we find expressed in the breath and the pulse. If I may use this comparison once again, I would have to round things off with one hand 4 times more slowly than the pulse coming from the other. This, in fact, is what the organism does. All this must be in the subtlest accord, otherwise things go wrong. Being ill means, in fact, that this accord is disrupted. Let us assume that the etheric body is working fine, but the astral body is not powerful enough to absorb all that streams over from the heart to the kidneys and assimilate it in the right way. This can be because the etheric body is working too strongly. I said that it was working fine, but let us assume for a moment that its action is too vigorous. If the etheric body works too strongly, and the astral body is normal, kidney stones, blockages, can develop with their distinct consequences. If the etheric body is fine, but the astral body works too strongly, the kidney is not engaged sufficiently. Because the astral body is working too strongly, it engages with what streams across without the kidney playing its proper and necessary part in regulation. Thus the kidney is overlooked, not involved properly, leading to kidney cirrhosis, which at the same time has follow-on effects that lead to heart dysfunction and deterioration. In this way, you see, things occurring in the human organism are interrelated. The deterioration of organs can show us how different levels of the human organism, physical body, etheric body, astral body, and I, are not working together in the right way. We just need to realize that all these things have to be in accord with each other and work together properly. Let us assume that a certain supersensible aspect, say the astral body, does not properly inform a particular organ system in us. There are two ways in which this can happen. Either the impulses emanating from the kidney system, remembering that a rounding impetus comes from the head and a radiating one from the kidney system, are stimulated too strongly, so that in fact everything working from the heart toward the kidney system gives rise to excessive stimulus of the kidney system. In this hyperstimulus, we actually find the original cause of all inflammatory conditions, of all inflammatory and ulcerative conditions in the human organism. We just have to discern how an inflammation arises in the organism and then try to remedy things medicinally so as to curtail this excessive stimulus of kidney activity. The simplest means to achieve this is to try in some way to inhibit too strong a radiation of inner bodily warmth, always a concomitant of this, by administering the specific substances that develop in the flowering organs of plants. This can bring about an inner cooling. The peculiarity of substances that develop in the blossoms of plants is that they can be used to combat inflammations, since they engender an inner cooling in the organism. On the other hand, it may be that there is an excessive sculpting activity from the head, which counteracts kidney activity. This gives rise to tumor-like formations. Here, the plastic rounding, or one might say crystallizing activity, is too strong. By means of an external warmth application, though this must be done in the right way, we try to envelop the swelling or turgescence in warmth, applied externally, to bring about a gradual healing from without. And there's a diagram. All such swellings are really healed from without. We have to ensure that the swelling is enveloped and irradiated by certain substances that are injected into the organism and diffused through it. When you succeed in doing this, in irradiating the swelling from without, it can dissolve and cease. If you have an inflammation, by contrast, you have to introduce a medicine via the digestive tract into the organ where the inflammation is located, introducing a cooling effect via the digestion. And inflammation has to be treated from within. One just has to find ways to do this. Every substance is disseminated in the human organism in a specific way. For instance, there are substances which, when administered orally, take no notice of the esophagus. It is irrelevant to them. Pepsin, Tylenol, and so forth only take notice of the heart. Other substances disregard the heart. They are conducted to the kidneys through the stomach and heart, and only begin to act when they reach the kidneys. Thus every substance has its own inner affinity with an organ, and one has to find the right substance to use medicinally. For instance, there are substances which, if you inject them, would completely disregard a stomach carcinoma, having no affinity with it, but would take notice of, say, a breast carcinoma. So we have to find a means to inwardly combat a tumor or an inflammation, or to tackle something from without to besiege it, if you like. Tumorous growths must be surrounded and besieged. Things within the organism must be studied in this way, and must all accord and cohere, naturally by understanding how these higher aspects of the human being work and act. It is quite impossible to gain insight into the kidney simply by a post-mortem examination. All you see then is the kidney lying next to the liver, and can say only that they are both composed of cells in diverse ways. In fact, the kidney has an intimate connection with the astral body, and the liver with the I, capital, and this is what endows them with their specific character. Without knowing this, it is quite pointless to consider or define these organs. If you take an organ such as the spleen, you will find that ordinary physiology and medicine don't have much to say about it. In the relevant textbooks, you will find very little about the spleen, a note perhaps to say that little is known about its function. You can find this in all the textbooks, just have a look. Nor is this at all surprising. The genius of language is in fact a great deal wiser in this instance, and in many others too, than science. The word spleen is very accurate, for it is connected with all human activities that go above and beyond the capital I and approach the spirit self. The spleen, in fact, is the organ of the spirit self, and takes us a long way into the realm of spirit. But approaching the spirit self requires persistence and endurance. Most people cannot endure a really spiritual realm, and this means that spleen activity in them does not stimulate them to spiritual activity, but they become, quote, full of spleen, close quote, instead. They become downcast and irritable. Spleen is nothing other than spirit which devours itself in the intestines. And the word spleen is therefore an excellent name, pointing as it does to a spiritual quality for which the spleen is the corresponding organ. This is why the spleen has a balancing effect, as you can read in the pamphlet written by Frau Dr. Kalisko and published by our Institute of Physiology in Stuttgart. She presents spleen activity in relation to blood platelet formation and all digestive activity. This is an excellent first systematic and scientific account of spleen activity. If such a study were published by any other research institute, it would soon come to be regarded as very innovative. But whenever something inspired by our society emerges, it fails to make headway in the world. No mention is made of it anywhere. It is not about praising something, but it would be good to be mentioned, because such things could have a beneficial effect in the world as it is today. However, to make things known in the world, they first have to be spoken about in our Anthroposophical Society. I wonder how many of our members have taken full advantage of the fact that these very important things are available to them. If the Anthroposophical Society itself does not take any notice of work we accomplish, it is hardly surprising that it attracts no public attention either. We not only have to dispense with interest in our findings from the public, but, in the most important matters, from the Anthroposophical Society as well. But I say this only in passing, today at least. It really is important that we come to understand the human organism, and we can only do so if we gain insight into its higher aspects. So you can see how subtly these things need to accord with each other. Something will immediately go awry in the organism if the slightest disorder affects the astral organism. At this moment, the kidneys will cease to function properly, and then we get all the repercussions of a kidney malfunction. But this is not true simply for the human being as such, or in general, but changes as we develop through the ages. Our organization is extremely subtle, but does not always remain constant. If we look back only a few centuries, not much of course in the overall span of evolution, we come to a period when our modern age, that of the consciousness soul epoch, began. Tracing things back through the 15th, 14th, and 13th centuries, we return to an earlier Christian period. And however grotesque this sounds to people nowadays, we find that roughly from the 4th through to the 14th centuries, kidney function was the most important aspect of the human organism, especially for the civilized world, whereas liver function superseded it in importance thereafter. Over the centuries, and still more over millennia, human anatomy and physiology does alter. And we cannot study history if we do not attend to the subtle structures of the human organism, and discern how changes in the prevailing culture, such as the transition from the medieval period to the modern era, are also connected with transformation of the whole of our human organization. We have to develop a sense for these things once more, for otherwise we will never bridge the gulf that opens up between science on the one hand, which grows ever more irreligious and ends up relying on its scalpels, probes, and sensors, and religious life on the other, which has nothing left to say about the world, but merely addresses human beings' instinctual, egotistic desires for a life after death. These things stand in crass juxtaposition. All our religious life today has forgotten that God created the world. It speaks of the divine, but forgets that God created the world, and that we can find everywhere in the world's phenomena the traces of divine creation. Rather than just uttering vacuous and abstract generalities about cultural developments throughout history, we need to know that via our delicate human organism, divine creative powers transform the human being by fine-tuning this infinitely subtle mechanism of our human organism, and that by first plucking more strongly on the string of kidney function and then on that of liver function, a quite different cultural music emerges. Only when we do not restrict ourselves to a view of God as separate from the world itself, but instead trace God's workings in detail in each type of bodily function, can we find what we will need in future. Otherwise, we will cultivate nothing but abstraction in the end, and end up with an utterly materialistic science. Only when we can penetrate right through to specific details of how divine creation configures substance and works within it, will we be able to imbue religion with science and lead science in turn back to religion. And so we discover that at the transition arising in the 12th, 13th, and 14th centuries, an outlook develops that I have previously described from the most diverse angles, which comes to expression in the Grail legend, in the legend of Parsifal, and in all that was conceived by poets of the age, such as Wolfram von Eschenbach, Hartmann von Aller, and Gottfried of Strassburg. You can find these motifs in their writing. In the Parsifal poem, the authentic version, one finds a motif especially that expresses the human being's need to develop toward what is called Selde in those days. This is a certain inner sense of joy, Selde, close to what we might call bliss or blessedness, but not quite the same. Selde means to be imbued with a sense of inner joy of a certain kind. This motif surfaces in and in fact dominates European culture in the 13th and 14th centuries. All poetic themes, and all prose ones too, especially the Parsifal theme, are pervaded by this idea. And everything strives toward it. People strive for this Selde, this inner sense of joy or bliss. It is not irreligious, nor simply comfortable inner happiness, but is really a state in which they are ensouled by the Creator's divine powers. Why does this arise? It is caused by the change in emphasis from kidney to liver activity in the human being. Physiology can help us understand this. Earlier physiologists were, of course, better physiologists, in a sense, than modern materialistic physiologists. I am thinking, really, when I say this, of the writers of the Old Testament, who said the following about bad dreams, for example, quote, "The Lord punished me last night through my kidneys," close quote. This knowledge of certain connections between abnormal kidney activity and bad dreams persisted. And in the 8th, 9th, and 10th centuries, for instance, people were still deeply convinced that kidney activity renders you heavy. People felt that the kidney had gradually acquired something of a heavy quality. Naturally, to say something is weighing on you is just a metaphor, suggesting there's something you can't get the better of. They felt bound to the earthly realm. Physical permeation of the organism with bile, by contrast, was connected with selda quality, a sense of being imbued with this as an experience of deliverance, inner deliverance. It was experienced as an inner yet divinely filled sense of bliss, a striving away from the dullness of the kidney. You see, the kidney also develops thinking activity, a dull thinking activity mediated by the system of ganglia, which is then connected in turn to the spinal cord and the brain system. It develops in particular the kind of thinking that also played a particular and major role in the Middle Ages. At that time it was called mental dullness, or Tumpheit, and this developed from Tumpheit to selda, to illumined bliss, became the theme of Parsifal. Let me read that again. And this development from Tumpheit to selda, to illuminated bliss, became the theme of Parsifal. Parsifal develops from Tumpheit to selda, from dullness to inner joy. We should not think of this only in abstract terms, but also regard it with some feeling and sensitivity. To begin with, Parsifal is a man of his time, emerging from a culture that has grown ponderous. He is sluggish. Only later does selda enter him after he has passed through a state of doubt. Doubt inhabits him, causing turmoil in his cardiovascular system. Only after passing through this condition does he find access to inner joy, to selda. It is indeed possible to trace in the human organism the moods at work in the broader history and evolution of the world. Leading individuals such as those who fashioned the Parsifal motive were pioneers, in a sense, precursors of this new organization we possess in the modern era, who experienced the transition from an older kidney activity to a new liver activity. We should not dismiss such things. We should not say that these things are just part of our lower physical and sensory nature. After all, God did not consider it beneath him to create lower matter, but went ahead and did so. And our task equally is to trace the divine activity of creation right into the furthest reaches of the material world, rather than keeping aloof from such things as dainty historians, rather than just commenting on the Parsifal motif while refraining from lower matters such as physiological functions. The world is a unity, and to understand the great contexts of history, we must at the same time be able to shine a light upon specific human circumstances and conditions. In former times, and in the Middle Ages still, people retained traces of such knowledge. You can discover this in accounts such as that of poor Henry, which show how moral healings occur and such like. These things should give you some sense, initially, that all human knowledge is a great whole, and that the highest religious ideas relate to what people often regard as so lowly that they fail to pay it any attention. Modern science in its present form is to blame for this outlook, for it ignores the fact that we must trace the spirit through into matter's furthest reaches, and only then we'll learn to understand the world. Only then will we also raise ourselves to a truly religious view of the world, rather than one which is commonly egotistical, because it addresses people's egotistic speculations without informing our actual knowledge of things. And this in turn leads to the decline of civilization, rather than to its renewal. The renewal of civilization is, after all, connected with people's capacity to become illumined, and to use this light within to observe the world in light rather than in darkness. Modern physiology and anatomy, whose insights are gained by a post-mortem scalpel and merely study symptoms of illness observed by material means, will not succeed in grasping the inner nature of the human being. We really only understand tyalin and pepsin in the food we assimilate and break down if we see it like this. We ingest food, break it down, enliven and astralize it, and transform it into the capital I. Conveyed into the lymph glands, conveyed to the heart, which energizes it, irradiated by the kidneys and rendered entirely astral, it is then absorbed by liver function and led over into the eye. Then all this can be absorbed by pancreatic activity, and through this activity we can either become enthusiastic, as someone who receives strength from the world of spirit, or instead a person of spleen, a pessimist who just wants to sit there on his chair and not let the spirit take hold of him, who prefers not to think much. There are plenty of such people around today, and they drive you to desperation by sitting there like a heavy lump as if they had no head at all. Pancreatic activity, which could be something lofty in us, in fact has a crushing effect on such people. They have spleen rather than enthusiasm, and today this manifests in the most diverse ways. What we need nowadays is a kind of work that transforms spleen into enthusiasm, into fire, so that people wake up and create a civilization that is awake and not somnolent. Anthroposophy ought to engender this, being awake, being enthusiastic, transforming knowledge into real activity, into actions and deeds, so that we do not only know something, but something emerges and develops through anthroposophy. Only then does anthroposophy have its goal and purpose, and can also really achieve this goal. But if anthroposophy makes you somnolent, this means you accord much too much respect to the physical quality of the pancreas, rather than making the pancreas's high spiritual qualities fruitful in you. And this points to something that modern humanity greatly needs: fire, enthusiasm, the capacity to be fired by something. Until this is possible, we will keep on thinking only of ourselves, which means placing too much importance on the uric acid secreted in us, urine, whose real task is not to just circulate in cell and protein, but to be transformed into the fluctuating protein that in turn entirely constitutes us. Basically, we are a large living cell, continually involved in lively motion. We have carbon in us, then acquire oxygen as food is etherized, acquire nitrogen as food is irradiated by kidney activity, acquire hydrogen as liver function plays into everything in relation to sense activity. And by this means also already acquire sulfur, either of the inappropriate kind of which people mostly speak today, or of the proper kind. But we also acquire what is needed to ensure we are a living being, consisting of protein, carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and also sulfur. But as I said, this must be the right kind of sulfur. Today, too, much of the other type is present, the type referred to by students in speaking of their professor of philosophy in Würzburg. He had become so dull and boring that in the end there were only 2 students still attending his classes. And then even they had had enough and gave up on him. And then someone wrote "Sulfur Den" on his door. That is not the kind of sulfur we need, which is far too prevalent today. Today instead people must be fully alive, thoroughly so, must be ensouled, imbued with spirit. And that's something we can learn too, especially if we trace the spirit through into the furthest reaches of the world of substance. And only then we will develop a physiology worthy of the name, which can really give therapeutic support to human nature. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of the Collected Works, Volume 218 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Spirit as Sculptor of the Human Organism, translated by Matthew Barton. This is Lecture 5, given in Dornach on the 23rd of October, 1922. From many of our previous studies, you will have seen that I am not too keen to refer to our era as one of, in quotes, transition, since every age is a transitional period from the past to the future, and so the only question really is what the nature of this transition is. But in our times, a very important transition is occurring and can be recognized by those who perceive the world of spirit. It is a transition repeatedly mentioned in the wisdom of very ancient times, in eras when people still meant something real when they spoke of a world of spirit, although their knowledge was dreamlike in nature. In ancient times it was always said that the so-called Dark Age would end at a certain point, giving way to an age of light. If one carefully studies the words of these wise people of ancient times, one finds that they were indeed referring to the transition occurring between the 19th and 20th centuries, the time we are living in now. But there is no need for us to embrace old, dreamlike forms of wisdom through anthroposophy. This is not the case at all, as I have often said. In anthroposophy, instead, we are concerned with what spiritual research can discover today. In other words, anthroposophy does not aim to renew some form of ancient wisdom, but is a modern form of knowledge. Yet in this matter of a transition from an age of darkness to one of light, our modern knowledge concurs with ancient wisdom. If we go by current external events, it does not appear as if humanity, civilized Europe in particular, is progressing from worse to better conditions. Yet it is true, nevertheless, that we are entering an age of light, as ancient wisdom tells us. We just have to see things in the right way. I would like to offer an example, firstly, to show the difference between an age of light and an age of darkness. Those who spoke in these terms around the 5th millennium BC, describing an age of darkness and one of light, saw this dark age as the consequence of a former age of light, and expressed the view that once the dark age had taken its course, it would be followed by another age of light. It will therefore be instructive to look back and discover how the earlier age of light, existing around the 7th or 8th millennium BCE, affected human affairs, and how it differed from the subsequent age of darkness from which we are now set to emerge. To study this, I want to use an example, as I said, that of healing or medicine. We can learn a great deal from this domain in particular. In the ancient light, or lucid era, healing did not take the physical human body into account. No one even thought of doing so. In that ancient epoch of light, no one even spoke of illness as we do today. And in future we will once again cease to speak of it as such. Naturally, in those times, human organs could degenerate and give rise to some kind of loss of health. But instead of regarding this as illness, people spoke of death taking possession of a person. Whereas we say that someone is ill, in those days people saw a kind of battle between life and death. They said that death was battling within someone, where we would say that he has fallen ill. And recovery or healing was seen as a combating of death, a driving out of death from the human being. Thus life and death, not health and illness, were seen to be at work. And what we regard as illness was just a special instance of death, a little death if you like, whereas health was seen as life. Why was this? It was because, in those days, healing was accomplished entirely through the etheric body. The physical body was ignored in healing, and instead only the etheric body was considered. How was this accomplished? Well, let's assume that someone was suffering from a condition we would call pneumonia today. we'll use this word, although an inflammation of the lungs was of a different kind then. In those days, such a person would be seen as too dependent on the region of the earth where he lived. This was during an era when human migrations were less common than today, when people rarely left the place where they lived. Mostly people stayed their whole lives in one place. But in such a case, a person would be thought too dependent on the region where he was born. In those ancient times, you see, people were very aware of their pre-earthly existence and knew that during this existence they had themselves decided where they must live on earth in fulfillment of their destiny. They would therefore say that someone who succumbed to pneumonia before the age of 40 had not made the right choice when deciding where he would dwell on earth. They would say that he was not living in the place that suited him best. In other words, they saw the cause of the disorder in the relationship between a person's organism and the region where he lived. I could draw it roughly like this. There's a drawing. In picturing the earth like this, people said that someone living in this spot is too dependent on a particular region and must be healed by inwardly liberating him from his outer dependency on this region. And this could be done by bringing him into relationship with the surrounding cosmos, with the encompassing heavens. People regarded the heavens as the home in which the person concerned had been dwelling before he came to live on the earth. He was thought to be at odds with his dwelling on earth, and was to be healed by establishing his proper relationship to the cosmos. To do this, they proceeded as follows. Because they regarded him as suffering from excessive earthly influences, too much gravity and all that is connected with it, they believed they must alleviate this condition by introducing supersensible forces into him. Perceiving that super-earthly powers were at work in one type of plant flower or another, they obtained the juice from such flowers. They saw that a particular plant flowers at a certain time of year, and does so due to the influences of the cosmos. And they studied the extent to which a human being is influenced by this season of the year. In long-gone times, people sought to discover the human being's dependency on heavenly phenomena by means of horoscopes and such like. And then medicines were administered that would cause a certain general resonance in a person's ether body. They saw it like this. Here is a human being, and there's another drawing, and here is his ether body. He has contracted pneumonia because his ether body is too strongly attracted to the earth in the region of his lungs, and because the earth forces exert too strong an influence on him. Now he was given the juice of certain flowers, which acted upon him to overcome these forces. In other words, they sought to reconnect such a person with the cosmos by administering the right substances and their powers. Efforts were made to induce the proper resonance in a person's whole ether body in order to balance certain incorrect resonances. And so the question was always what the ether body needed and what should be done to help it. But what enabled them to proceed in this way in the first place? They were only able to do this because they had a clear idea of the human etheric body. In those former times, people not only perceived the physical body, but they saw it shine too. They saw the ether body. The human being was a being of light, and in the same way that we can tell by looking at someone nowadays if he is feeling off color, if he is pale and therefore ill, so in those days people's state of health was apparent in the ether body, its coloring, in its red, blue, or green appearance, for instance. At that time, human knowledge was founded on light, on the light indwelling people. So we can take the phrase quite literally. This was an age of light, when the light living in people could really be perceived. If you consider human health and illness, you will find that today light still has a huge effect. We have to ensure that the right amounts of light enter our organism. As we know, children who are deprived of light at a delicate age can get rickets or other disorders that are likewise connected with lack of light, though also, of course, with other factors, since illness never originates in a single cause. But conditions such as rickets are certainly connected with receiving too little sunlight. Children living in the city in blocks of flats where not much light penetrates are on an average far more likely to get rickets than those exposed to adequate daylight. So we can still say today that we absorb light. Yet the light we assimilate today, if I may put it like this, is mineral light. We absorb the light that has shone down upon the earth, on its minerals, and is reflected back to us. Even the light that falls on meadows and trees is conveyed to us minerally. It is dead light, which we imbibe through our skin, through the whole of us. In those ancient days of light preceding the age of darkness, people were aware that this dead light really had no significance for them. Modern historians and cultural historians know nothing about such things. The light we value so much today was of scarcely any worth to those people in olden times. The distinction they made between the light they valued and the light we value so much today could roughly be described as one we make between a plate, fork, and spoon when we eat, and a cake or other food on our plate. We eat the cake. The knife and fork are useful, of course, but we don't eat them. So, for those ancient people, the light we value was present too, but the light they esteemed came from the realm of plants. And this is something we no longer assimilate at all in the way people did once, in those old eras of light. Nowadays we enjoy going out into the sunshine. In ancient times, a person enjoyed walking over a meadow or through a wood because he absorbed through his skin the light that the wood had first assimilated, that was enlivened in the wood and on the meadow. And the other light, the dead light, was an added flavoring, like salt. For us, the salt has become the chief thing. In olden times, people lived in the light which the flowers and the trees gave them. They experienced this light as a source of inner enlivening, feeling themselves imbued with inwardly living rather than dead light. We have no conception at all of this with our abstract pleasure in the woods, in the flowers, in everything which one can say is Philistine in cosmic terms. Of course, it is still beautiful, but it is Philistine when compared to the inner rejoicing experienced by ancient people when they walked in the woods or over the fields, when they encountered everything living under the heavens. A person of these ancient times felt connected with his trees and with a particular plant that suited him well. Ancient people felt the most vital sympathy and antipathy with this plant or that. Whereas, when we walk over the fields, surrounding the Gurtianum, say in autumn, we have only a Philistine sense of the meadow saffron, the Colchicum autumnale, perhaps just admiring its beauty. When a person in ancient times walked past such a plant, he would grow sad. His head even grew a little dry, his hair limp. But if he passed a flower with a red blossom, plants like our poppy, his hair would fluff up, grow soft and silken. Thus these people of olden times had a full immediate experience of light in the world of plants. It was the age of light, and their whole culture was oriented to healing ability, or in other words, to fighting death by observing and treating the ether body. This only very slowly faded, and even if we study medicine in ancient Greece, if we read about Hippocrates, we see insight there into fluids in the human organism, black and yellow bile, blood and phlegm. In Greece, memories still survived of the ancient age of light. phlegm really referred to the ether body, and blood to the resonances which the astral body caused in the ether body, and so forth. Memories of an older vision remained, and really not until the time of Galen, when the merely physical world had begun to be a factor in human culture, did people's view of the human being in relation to healing processes acquire a physical character. Then people started to focus on the human being's physical body. But really this did not come into its own until the great transitional era in the 15th century. The first half of that century, when people no longer knew anything about the human etheric body, not even how it manifests in the temperaments. And at that point, the human physical body became ever more central. An older kind of physical medicine was somewhat different from what it became in the 18th and 19th centuries, and possessed traditions, at least, of earlier ways of healing through the etheric body. One can gain a sense from this older medicine, also in Europe, that old principles were retained and simply transferred to the physical realm. One can say that the physical organism was continually regarded as subject to the influence of the etheric organism. Only in more modern times, in the Copernican era and that of Galileo, did people begin to consider the physical body alone, losing a knowledge that had been very highly developed in former times. Nowadays, people think that if they eat a particular food that exists outside in nature, it will basically remain the same substance in the human body. But this is not so. Salts remain close to their original form, but everything originating in the plant or animal kingdoms is transformed completely in the human organism. The human organism converts these substances completely. In former times it was known that the inner constitution of the physical human organism is, quote, not of this world, close quote, and that, basically, falling ill is nothing other than a continuation of what occurs when we eat. At one time, in fact, especially among Arab physicians, digestion was regarded to some degree as a pathological process, a view that is indeed justified. When we eat something, we ingest something alien to us, and are, in a sense, ill. Our inner organism and inner organ functions first have to overcome this, in quotes, disorder. Really, as we do this, we are a, quote, little bit ill, close quote, and must overcome this slight disorder a little, cure it a little. We eat ourselves into a sick state and digest ourselves to recovery again. For a while, Arab physicians subscribed to this outlook, and indeed it does have much truth, for actually there is no clear boundary between what we call healthy eating and eating that makes you ill. Just think how easy it is to do yourself harm by eating, when what we can overcome as matter of course passes over immediately into our failure to do so. Then we become ill. But there is no clear boundary between the two. Likewise, there is no clear demarcation between contusions or bruises that heal naturally and those requiring medical attention. It was therefore quite justified to see internal complaints as a continuation of the process of eating, of an eating that was not quite in order. And so these physicians studied the daily process of digestion to learn how it makes us healthy again. It is therefore also a very good habit for some people who do not care for certain unsalted food to go on adding salt to it. Some like to add pepper or paprika too. They do so because this makes the food more palatable to them. Again, there is no clear boundary if someone needs pepper or paprika as a remedy, no clear boundary as to whether one gives a person pepper or paprika so that he can regain his health via digestion, or if things get worse, something from the mineral realm. It doesn't matter whether one gives this as spice with a meal or as medicine. The two things run into each other without a clear distinction. So people possessed the clear knowledge in those times that whenever someone ingests something from the external world, this impairs his inner organism, and he has to overcome it. It is only a matter of finer distinctions, whether I get a rusty splinter in my thumb, which my organism has to get rid of by forming a boil, or whether I introduce something into my stomach that cannot remain there in that form, so that my organism has to undergo all these processes in order to assimilate it. But this insight existed, that the human organism is not of this earth, and can only be sustained on earth if continually stimulated to overcome the earth's forces. You see, we do not eat to put some food or other inside us, but to inwardly develop the powers to overcome the ingested food. We eat in order to offer resistance to earthly forces, and we live on this earth by offering resistance. But this was slowly forgotten. People started to see things in wholly materialistic ways, and ended up just investigating whether this or that substance is useful in this or that plant. Yes, indeed, this is what was once meant, and what we must again understand today by the, quote, age of darkness, close quote. Everything has been darkened and obscured. In former times, people could perceive the bright ether body as the human being himself. Now people no longer perceive it at all, instead only determining where in the organism substances are found, and adhering to dead light. But this dead light is something initially which people see only in abstract intellectual concepts. Today we stand at a point of transition where a need arises for us to perceive and recognize light again in a new way. In former times, people knew that they possessed this light-filled ether body. Now we must increasingly develop a form of etheric perception in the external world, in particular the world of plants. Goethe made a beginning here with his ideas on metamorphosis, although he still formulated them in an abstract, intellectual way. This must increasingly become pictorial, and we must realize that we should get to the point of seeing the plant world in luminous images. In the ancient age of light, the human form shone, and in future the world of plants and nature around us must shimmer and shine in the most varied imaginations of plant forms. Through this luminosity of plant forms, we will once again discover remedies in them. This needs to happen in future. Whereas people of a former age of light perceived an inner light, nowadays we must gain vision of the surrounding world and find light there, this light of the outer world. And in fact, this light can be kindled as one increasingly fathoms spiritual science. You might say that you find only concepts when you read spiritual science, anthroposophy, that in reading, say, titled Occult Science, also known as esoteric science, you also meet concepts there and have no need to really gain vision of anything. But, my dear friends, this occult science has a dual aim. Firstly, for you to familiarize yourself with its content, but that is not all. Once you have read my occult science, as you would read any other book, then all you have for the time being is the match. If you want fire, there is no point in saying, "This match is not fire." Of course, a match does not look in the least like fire. Occult science does not look like clairvoyance. But the match will look like fire if you strike it. And if it doesn't catch at the first strike, you strike again and keep trying. It is the same with occult science. Having read it like any other book, you just have the match in your hands, but strike it properly in your whole being, and you'll find it flares up. It will do so, my dear friends, even if so far it shows scarcely a flicker. And those who say that this is still far removed from the clairvoyance they seek are just looking at the match and not striking it. You have to first know the nature of the match, for otherwise you might delude yourself into thinking that a pin could strike a flame. A pin, in other words modern science, cannot do this. Only a match will burst into flame. A real match can and will. Today the human race faces the need to do this, and it may be that something like medical knowledge and skill will most vividly show whether people find a transition or not, from merely looking on at the obscurities of substance, observing a flower outwardly, say as people do today, to an imaginative, pictorial vision gained by striking the match, and using insights acquired in this way to perceive how a particular substance affects the human organism. This is where humanity stands today. It needs to pass from darkness into light, and learn to use light-filled judgment. Let me clarify this with an example. Let's assume a modern physician diagnoses dilation of the heart in a patient. There's not a lot you can do with such a diagnosis. Perhaps one sees if something or other will help, but there is no insight into the whole context, no connected understanding. True insight will show us the following, however. I have often explained that we renew our organism entirely every 7 years, and last time I told you how this renewal is accomplished. Starting from the kidney system, unprocessed substances are, in a sense, continually dispatched upward or forward or downward. The head system accomplishes a rounding off action. From the head system, continual waves emanate, which create form. And from the kidney system come effects, which these waves interrupt and shape, doing so 4 times faster, as I said. Now, consider an organ like the heart. There's a drawing. Here, too, a renewal occurs in all of us after 7 or 8 years. The heart is made new. You can observe that when you cut your fingernails, they grow again, keep growing. And the same is true of the whole human being. His substance is renewed from within outward. Now consider what happens, though, if the rhythmic system is not working properly, specifically in a case where these radiations from the kidney system shoot out far too quickly for the rhythmic organism, giving rise to the wrong ratio rather than 4:1. This varies from person to person, for we are all individual, but basically this is the ratio that applies in the organism we possess. Let's assume this is not functioning properly, that the radiation comes from the kidney system is too rapid. What would result? This can result in the following. The process of renewal is happening all the time, of course. And now let us assume that before the old substance has been entirely expelled, there's a drawing, the new has been inserted there. Things are happening too rapidly. If renewal is happening too fast, we get conditions such as dilation of the heart. Incipient heart dilation will tell you immediately that kidney function is not in order. If you give serious credence to the fact that our bodies are renewed in 7 or 8 years, you can discover this, that a renewal has been accomplished after 7 years without enough of the old substance being expelled, so that the organ stretches, or at least seeks to do so. We need to learn to look at things in such terms, to see them in living movement. This is a development we must embark on. Above all, we must learn to look beyond narrow confines. For how do physicians make their diagnoses today? A modern physician diagnoses such a condition by recording the shape of the heart, in other words, by examining its current finished form. But in fact, doing so is not of great importance, for the heart is an organ that continually flows away and is reconfigured. An inner mobility is at work here. And if I just record its given shape at any moment, it's rather like drawing a flash of lightning, which is also in continual motion. I have to grasp the living nature of the human being if I wish to understand him. And I only find this living quality if I understand the whole world and draw my insight into the human being from the whole world. This enlivened way of working and seeing is one we must embark on. Above all, we ought to start developing such inner mobility in children in school. It is a terrible thing to keep children immobile in school. I always feel pained, for instance, to see children using a fixed triangle for all kinds of things. Such stasis is of little worth. Really, the children should have a triangle that can alter its shape and position so that they gain a sense that everything should be grasped as moving and changing. Of course, it is terribly difficult to discuss such things with those who want an easy life and have no desire whatsoever to engage in real activity. It is hard to discuss this with people who get fed up even when children themselves dance about, let alone being asked to embrace learning aids that dance about as well. Naturally, it is hard work to enter into a living realm, but that is what we need to do. In summarizing all this, we arrive at a prompting to raise ourselves into a new age of light, to pass from a dark age into a light age. And since people are unable to do this, or rather they persuade themselves that they can't, or because they don't want to, because they cling to what they are accustomed to and refuse to enter a new domain, we are witnessing terrible catastrophes in our time, for the old is no longer adequate. And such catastrophes will increase if people continue to drag their heels when it's time for a new departure. The catastrophes that occur are a reaction to the age of darkness, which no longer belongs in the modern era. Yet it is, of course, incredibly hard to meet with understanding, since my inkling of the new age of light arises at most in a conflict between the older and younger generation. Young people will think that the older generation are Philistines, and this has its precedence. The great German philosopher Johann Gottlieb Fichte sensed this when he made the classic statement that all 30-year-olds ought really to be killed, since people are only decent human beings until that age. Fichte famously said this, and since Goethe was already a good deal older than 30 when he did, he was extremely annoyed and made this notion the subject of mockery in Part 2 of his Faust. In fact, of course, one finds that young people happily regard older ones as Philistines, but then, after a certain age, often become still greater Philistines themselves. Well, it seems to me that we have two choices, either to become adherents of Spenglerism, which will spell the downfall of the West, or to get used to the idea that a new era of light is emerging, to affirm this new era as opposed to one of darkness when people were like earthworms in relation to the cosmos. Historically, we needed to be earthworms for a while, to avoid being entirely subsumed by light. We could only develop our freedom in this age of darkness, and then only at the conclusion of the dark age in modern times. We could only achieve freedom because light left us to our own devices to lead an earthworm life. I told you that people in the ancient era of light primarily received light from the world of plants. Plants imbibed the cosmic light, if you like, and human beings drank this light in turn from the vessel offered them by plants. Today we have only dead light. But on the rays of this dead light Christ once entered and fulfilled the mystery of Golgotha. This is the great cosmic secret of modern times. It is true that we have dead light, and this cannot fill us with bliss. But Christ entered the realm of earth on the rays of dead light and fulfilled the mystery of Golgotha. And it is because we have the dead light outside and surrounding us today that we can enliven Christ within us. And then, with Christ living within us in the right way, we enliven all light around us on earth, bearing life into the dead light, ourselves having an enlivening effect on the light. In other words, we must enter the new age of light with the right Christ impulse. And repudiation of the Christ impulse is really what is preventing people today from perceiving how a dark age is passing over into an age of light. As the plant grows out of the soil, and there's another drawing, as I described, it develops the ovary by using powers originating the previous year. Only the petals of the flower grow forth from this year's light. What the plant draws from the soil really originates the previous year. And thus what plants gave human beings in the ancient era of light was in fact a preserved light. And now we must become able to grasp the dead light around us, with a sensibility engendered in us as we absorb the power of Christ in a living vision of the mystery of Golgotha. In doing so, we enliven light, as I have said. But we can only do so if we learn to regard all things in the way I have tried to demonstrate in the course of these lectures. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of it is a collected works of Rudolf Steiner, number 218, entitled Spirit as Sculptor of the Human Organism. This is Lecture 6, given in The Hague on the 5th of November, 1922. I am always pleased to speak here in our branch meeting in The Hague after giving public lectures and attending public lectures. And this evening I will try to offer a somewhat more intimate addition to what I was speaking about in the public lectures. When seeking knowledge of the world of spirit and attempting to live inwardly with this spiritual world, we must always try to see the hidden side of human existence in the right light. Hidden aspects of human existence are what count, after all, when evaluating and judging human life in general. People who think in superficial materialistic ways may not readily admit this, and yet it is so. No one can gain insight into human existence without being able to consider its hidden aspects. One might feel like calling the gods to task, if you like, for concealing what is most valuable in human life behind hidden veils, rather than offering it to us as an open book. If they did so, however, humankind would remain powerless in a higher sense. Only by first wrestling our way through to true human dignity, by having to work hard to become truly human through our own activity of spirit and soul, can we acquire the soul spiritual powers that can permeate our whole existence. In this self-conquering, this need to do something ourselves to become human, lies what strengthens us and what can fill our inmost being with the necessary powers. In order to explore this overriding theme, I wish today to speak from a certain angle about the hidden side of human existence that is veiled in sleep's loss of consciousness. And I will then tell you of something concealed and unconscious during earthly life that occurs in our pre-earthly life and life after death. Falling into the unconsciousness of sleep, after the transitional state of dreaming, a highly dubious kind of existence with a very dubious significance for human life, if one only considers it as it seems to be, we emerge again from this condition when our I and capital and astral body sink down again into our etheric and physical body, thus using these two organizations as a tool to perceive our physical surroundings and working with our will within these surroundings. But what lies beyond birth and death veils itself in the intrinsic human nature that becomes unconscious as we fall asleep. And now I'd like to describe, as if they were conscious, the states a person passes through in this process. We can only become aware of them through faculties of imagination, inspiration, and intuition, although all pass through the conditions I will describe. A modern initiate who studies sleep discovers its true nature, but this does not mean his own sleep is different from that of anyone else who enters it quite unconsciously. We can give an accurate account if we describe conditions that remain unconscious, as if we passed through them consciously, and that is what I will now do. After the transition of dreams, as I indicated already, we pass over into loss of consciousness as far as ordinary awareness is concerned. But the reality of this loss of awareness appears to supersensible perception as if directly after falling asleep we enter a kind of blurred state. If we grasped this condition consciously, we would feel ourselves to be poured out, as it were, into an etheric world. We would feel ourselves to be outside our body, not narrowly confined, but poured far abroad. We would perceive our body as an object outside us. If we become aware of this condition, our psyche would be pervaded by a certain anxiety or trepidation. One feels that one has lost the firm support of one's body and is standing before an abyss. Readers aside, I forgot to mention that this translation is by Matthew Barton. End of readers aside. What we call the threshold of the world of spirit has to exist because we first have to prepare ourselves for the sense of having lost the anchor, the purchase which our physical body gives us, and for enduring the anxiety that arises because we face something initially entirely unknown and undefined. This feeling of anxiety, as I said, is not present ordinarily when people sleep. It is not a conscious awareness, but we pass through this state nevertheless. And the way that fear manifests in daily physical existence comes to expression here too, albeit only in subtle processes in our physical body. Certain vascular activities are different in the body when we are afraid than when we are not. In other words, there is an objective occurrence, quite apart from what we experience in our awareness, as agitation and so forth. The objective nature of this soul's spiritual anxiety is something we undergo when we pass through into sleep. But this sense of anxiety is connected with something else, with a feeling of deep yearning for a divine spiritual reality that pervades and imbues the world. If we experienced in full consciousness the first moments, or even perhaps for some the first hours, after we fall asleep, we would initially dwell in this anxiety and yearning for the divine. Any religious mood that we feel during waking life, in fact, originates primarily in our unconscious experience of anxiety and longing that we pass through during the night, which works through into our waking mood. You can say that spiritual experiences are here projected into physical life, filling us with the echo or after effect of the fear that in general drives us to wish to perceive what is real in the world, filling us too with the echo of the yearning we experience in sleep and express in our religious feelings in waking life. But this is only true of the initial phases of sleep. As sleep progresses, something remarkable occurs. The soul is as if split, fragmented into many souls. If we consciously experienced this state, which only a modern initiate can perceive nowadays in its entirety, we would seem to ourselves to be many souls, and this would make us feel we had lost ourselves. All the separate souls, which are really only shadow images of souls, present themselves as something in which we have lost ourselves. In relation to this phase of sleep, the human being appears differently, depending on whether we consider him prior to or after the mystery of Golgotha. You see, we need the external aid of the cosmos when encountering what I would call fragmentation into many soul reflections. In ancient times, before the mystery of Golgotha, the ancient initiates gave humankind certain religious instruction, doing so via their pupils. The teachers they sent out into the world to help human beings, and such instruction, enacted in rituals, evoked feelings in people's waking life and strengthened their souls. Thus they could take back into sleep something like an echo or after effect of this religious mood. In the interplay between sleep and waking, therefore, we experience in our yearning for the divine, during the first phase of sleep, something that, on awakening, inclines us to develop religious feelings. If this religiosity is developed in waking life, on the other hand, as it was in ancient times by initiates, then it works back in turn on the second phase of sleep. Through the echo of this religious mood, the soul then feels itself strong enough to endure its fragmentation and to survive, at least, amidst such multiplicity. That is the difficulty for non-religious people. They have no such nightly aid to confront their sense of fragmentation into many souls, and that they then bear back with them into waking life what they experience there without religious strengthening. Everything we pass through at night, you see, is brought back with us into waking life as an after effect. Irreligious and anti-religious attitudes do not yet have a very strong tradition in humanity, since they largely originated in the 19th century. So far, people have retained some echo of what they were endowed with in earlier, more honestly religious times. But as an irreligious age continues, this will have significant repercussions. People will bring back with them from sleep the after effect of this fragmentation of the soul. And this will mean quite particularly that they will no longer possess the cohering powers during their waking life to distribute the effects of their food in the right way through their organism. The consequences of an irreligious outlook will, in not so very distant times, come to expression in significant illnesses. No one should think that the spirit and soul have no relationship with the physical. This relationship is not such that an irreligious attitude will directly meet with retribution in the form of illness, meted out by some kind of demonic divinity. Life does not work in this superficial way. Yet there is an inward connection between what we undergo in soul and spirit and our physical nature. To be healthy during waking life, we need to feel during sleep that we belong to divine spiritual beings, in whose activity we immerse the core of our own eternal being between falling asleep and awakening again. Only when we stand within the world of soul and spirit in the right way, during sleep, can we draw forth the right, healthy powers of soul and spirit during our waking life. During this second phase of sleep, we enter a state where we possess, instead of our ordinary consciousness, not exactly cosmic consciousness, but a cosmic mode of experience. As stated, only the initiate can become aware of this condition, but everyone experiences it while asleep during the night. And during this second phase of sleep, we enact within us reflections of the planetary movements of our solar system. During the day, we experience ourselves within our physical body. In speaking of ourselves as physical beings, we feel that we contain lungs, heart, stomach, brain, and so forth, as physical interiority. By contrast, during this second stage of sleep, our spirit-soul interiority is the movement of Venus, of Mercury, the Sun, the Moon. We do not carry into us this whole interplay of planetary movements themselves, but instead the reflections, astral replicas of them, which then compose our inner organization. It is not that we are spread out through the whole planetary cosmos, but we are of huge dimensions compared to our physical dimensions in waking life. We do not incorporate the actual movements of Venus into us during sleep, but a reflection or replica of its movements. And between falling asleep and waking up again, during the second phase of sleep, planetary movements circulate in astral substance in our spirit and soul. In the same way that, stimulated by the motions of our breathing, the blood circulates through our physical organism during the day. In other words, during the night we have a kind of replica of our cosmos circulating in us as our interior life. We first have to pass through a fragmentation of the soul, and then we can experience this replica of planetary circulation. As I have said, in ancient times, before the mystery of Golgotha, initiates gave their people instructions for enduring this splitting of the soul, enabling the soul to find its way into these movements, which then constituted their inner life. After the mystery of Golgotha, these ancient teachings were replaced by what we can acquire as feeling, perception, soul life, and soul mood, by forming a true inner connection with what Christ did for humanity on earth through the mystery of Golgotha. If we feel ourselves strongly enough connected with Christ, to the degree of fulfilling within us the Pauline phrase, quote, "Not I, but Christ in me," close quote, then through this deep connection with Christ and the mystery of Golgotha, we develop in our sensibility something that works on into sleep. And this gives us the strength to overcome the soul's fragmentation and find our way within the labyrinth of the planetary movements, which have now become our interiority. You see, this is also necessary to find our bearings, even if we only unconsciously bear these planetary circulations within us as replacement for the blood circulation of waking life, which continues, of course, in the body we have left behind. Having passed through this condition, we enter the third phase of sleep. Here, and what we experienced during the first phase still remains, while the experiences of the following stage are added, we enter into what I will call an experience of the fixed stars. After experiencing the circulation of planetary replicas, we do actually experience the configuration of the fixed stars, the zodiac, as older eras regarded it, for example. And what we experience here is needed by our soul, because we have to bear this experience of the fixed stars back into our waking life, if our soul is to have the power of mastering and enlivening our physical organism. It is true to say, therefore, that during the night every person first passes through an etheric prelude in cosmic fear and divine yearning, then a planetary stage in which his astral body feels after images of the planetary movements, and then an experience of the fixed stars during which he feels, or would do if he was conscious, that his own inner soul and spirit are a replica of the starry heavens. Someone who understands these stages of sleep will find that a significant question arises for him each night. The human soul, the astral organism, the capital I being, detach themselves from the physical body, and their inner life is filled by a replica of the planetary movements and the configurations of fixed stars. And the question is this: why do we return to physical existence again every morning after sleep? In fact, it becomes evident to initiation science that we would not do so if, as we enter the planetary movements and fixed star forms, we did not also find our way into the moon forces as we grow out into the replicas of cosmic existence. We enter into the spiritual moon forces, those powers of the cosmos reflected in the physical moon and its fluctuations. Whereas all other planetary and fixed star powers really draw us out of our physical body, the moon forces bring us back time and again into our physical body. The moon is connected, generally, with everything that brings us down from spiritual existence into physical existence. The moon is always present in the spiritual world, and the physical constellation plays no part here, whether it is new moon, full moon, or waning moon, although this does have a certain significance. Moon forces are always there and guide the human being back into the physical world, into his physical body. You see, the description, albeit only schematic, of what we pass through between falling asleep and waking up again is a picture of our sojourn in the world of spirit altogether. Each night, basically, we experience a reflection of what we pass through between death and a new birth. If we use the faculties of imagination, inspiration, and intuition to look back into our pre-earthly existence, then we first glimpse ourselves as human spirit-soul being at a very early stage of this existence. There, we see ourselves possessing cosmic consciousness, no longer dwelling in a life that carries in it mere replicas of the cosmos, as in sleep, but instead actually poured out through the real cosmos. And roughly around the middle of life, between death and a new birth, we feel ourselves fully conscious as spirit-soul beings, with a much clearer and more intense awareness than we can have on earth, and surrounded by divine spiritual beings, by the divine spiritual hierarchies. In the same way that we work with natural forces here on earth, so work unfolds between us and the beings of the higher spiritual hierarchies. What is the nature of this work? In union with a huge number of sublime spiritual beings in the universe, our being of soul and spirit weaves the cosmic spirit germ of our future physical body. However strange this may sound to you, the very greatest, most significant work that can be conceived of is to weave the spirit germ of the human physical body out of the cosmos. The human soul undertakes this in the condition I have described, in collaboration with hosts of divine spiritual beings. If you picture the most complex thing that can be created here on earth, this is primitive and simple compared to the mighty weft of cosmic grandeur and glory that is created there, later to be reduced and compressed through conception and birth, filled with earthly matter to become a physical body. If we speak of a seed here on earth, this is a small germ that later grows relatively large. But in speaking of the human body as an outcome of spirit, of a spiritual seed, this seed is of huge dimensions. As we move on from the time I have described toward our next birth, this human germ of soul spiritual grandeur increasingly shrinks, and we work further on it, elaborate it with a view to weaving, reducing, and condensing it into the physical human body. It is really with good reason that the initiates of older eras spoke of the human body as a, quote, temple of the gods, close quote, although through clairvoyance we no longer possess, though initiation science teaches the same thing. Let me read that again. It is really with good reason that the initiates of older eras spoke of the human being as a temple of the gods. Through clairvoyance we no longer possess, though initiation science teaches the same thing. It is indeed a temple, woven each time anew out of the universe by the human soul in union with divine beings between death and a new birth. And then we are endowed with our physical form in a way that I will describe. In weaving the spirit germ of our physical body at the indicated stage of our sojourn in worlds of spirit, we are in a state of soul, a soul mood, that can only be compared with what a modern initiate calls intuition. Our soul lives amidst the deeds of gods, flowing out entirely into the God's divine existence. In this middle stage, between death and a new birth, it experiences the life of divine beings, shares in this life. But as we progress further, moving toward conception and birth, this alters. In a sense, we become aware that the divine beings of the higher hierarchies withdraw from us. And then what we receive is more like a manifestation, a reflection of glory, as if the gods have withdrawn and only their mistier reflections still stood before us, as if a kind of veil has been woven as misty replica of what was previously there as reality. The intuition consciousness we possessed before now passes into cosmic inspiration consciousness. We no longer live with the divine spiritual beings, but with their revelation. But at the same time, instead, an inward I, in capital I, increasingly develops in our soul consciousness. At what I would call the high point of our life, between death and a new birth, we live entirely with beings of soul and spirit of the higher hierarchies, and our I, capital, has no inner strength. It only starts to become aware of itself again as the gods withdraw, leaving only their manifestation. The glory or radiance of the gods enters us now in a kind of inspiration consciousness. This loss in immediate reality is balanced by our sense of ourselves as an autonomous being. And what awakens in us initially here is something I would call a desire, a strong wish. At the midpoint between death and a new birth, we work on the spirit germ of our physical body out of a deep inner fulfillment. Though we anticipate the goal of our new physical body in our next life, this is not pervaded by desire, but only, if you like, by wonder at the nature of this physical human form in universal terms. The moment we no longer dwell in divine worlds themselves, but in the revelation or manifestation of these worlds, desire awakens in us to be re-embodied on earth. As our I, capital consciousness, becomes ever stronger, this desire awakens to be incarnated again on earth. We distance ourselves from divine worlds and start to approach what we will subsequently become as earthly human beings. This desire grows ever stronger, and what we perceive outside us also changes. Previously, we dwelt entirely amongst beings in the divine spiritual hierarchies, and knew ourselves to be one with them. The cosmos was our interior life. But this cosmos itself consisted of beings at lofty levels of consciousness with whom we lived. Now instead, we see external appearance within which gradually emerge the first pictures of divine spiritual beings as physical reflections. From the sun being we encountered in further realms, there emanates a shimmer within which the sun now appears, as seen externally from the world. Here on earth we look up toward the sun. As we descend before birth, we first see the sun from the other side. But the sun and the fixed stars dawn for us, and behind them the planetary movements. And as these planetary movements surface, quite specific forces emerge too, the spiritual moon forces which now take possession of us and gradually bear us back into earthly life. This is in fact the view we have as we descend from cosmic worlds to earthly existence. We pass from an experience of divine spiritual hierarchies to pictures of them. But these images of their being gradually become star constellations, which we enter as if from behind initially. We enter into what appears to us on earth as the cosmos. Modern initiation science can to a large degree penetrate with understanding the details of what a human soul accomplishes here. Only by concerning ourselves with the specific details of these things do we come to a fuller understanding of life. You see, no one really grasps life if he sees the human being only in terms of earth existence. He won't be able to make much of life in this case. In the huge spans of time between death and a new birth, the earth is of no importance to us, to begin with, and the external light that shines upon us here is there transformed into whole worlds of the divine, in which we then dwell, and which only reveal their outer aspect to us again as stars when we approach the earth again to embark on a new life on earth. What we first weave as the spirit germ of our physical body, we know initially to be one with the whole spiritual universe. But as we come to see only the reflected manifestation of the divine spiritual world, this spirit germ increasingly becomes our body, which is now also a reflection of the cosmos. And from this body of ours arises the desire for an earthly existence, for capital I consciousness in our body. This body is still a spirit body as yet, and therefore much about it is still untouched by earthly existence. At a certain stage, for instance, no decision has as yet been made as to whether the person concerned will be a man or woman in their next life. You see, there is no sense at all in considering this distinction during much of the period between death and a new birth. Not until a very late stage in the process of approaching earthly birth does this question become meaningful. The soul is dwelling in quite different conditions than those in which man and woman come to expression on earth. There are conditions that unfold in spiritual existence and are reflected in earthly realities. But what appears as male and female gender on earth only acquires meaning at a relatively late stage, before one descends to earth again. And we can trace the specifics of how, if certain former karmic conditions suggest to the soul that it will be best undergoing the forthcoming life as a woman, the human being descends toward earthly existence, and connecting with the human physical germ, chooses the time which on earth we perceive as that of full moon. If we look up at the full moon from any region of the earth, this is the time during which beings descending to earth choose to become women. Only then is this decision made. And those who wish to become men choose the time of new moon. In other words, we enter into earthly existence through the gateway of the moon. But the strength the man needs to embark on earthly life shines out into the universe at that time, and he comes toward it as he enters from the universe. It streams out from the moon at the time of new moon on the earth. The strength the woman needs, by contrast, shines out from the moon at the time of full moon. Then its illumined face is turned toward the earth, and its dark aspect sends out into the universe the strength the human entelechy needs if it is to become a woman. What I have described to you will show you that ancient astrology was well founded, even if it has become entirely decadent today in its prevalent forms. It is only a question of perceiving things inwardly and seeing interrelationships. It is not enough merely to calculate the position of a physical constellation, but we also have to grasp the spirit corresponding to this. It really is possible to enter into specific details here. At a certain stage we descend again from the cosmos, passing from the spiritual cosmos into the etheric cosmos. At the moment, I'm still speaking only of the etheric cosmos. The physical stars play a lesser role here, and the physical moon is still less significant. The key moment, when a person chooses to descend to earth, is connected, as I have said, with the phase of the moon, with moon conditions. But as the soul descends, it is frequently exposed to the full moon or new moon. And therefore, after the decisive new moon or full moon influence, when a soul has decided to become male or female, since this descent occurs only gradually, the soul choosing to become a man can still decide to expose itself to the full moon influence. In other words, the soul has decided to become a man and has used the new moon forces for this, but in descending can still draw upon the moon's further phases. The soul is then filled with moon forces in a way that no longer affects gender, but chiefly the head organization instead, all that originates in the cosmos and is externally connected with the head organization, when the particular constellation occurs as I have described. And so, if the human soul has decided to become a man through the influence of the new moon period, and then continues to dwell in the cosmos and is exposed to the following full moon period, the influences of these moon forces will, for instance, give him brown eyes and black hair. The way the human soul passes the moon not only determines gender, but also the color of hair and eyes. If someone, say, has passed the full moon as a woman and is subsequently exposed to the influences of the new moon, this can endow her with blue eyes and fair hair. This may sound grotesque, but certainly how we experience the cosmos predestines the way in which our soul and spirit work into our physical and etheric organism. Whether we have black hair or blonde is not determined before this point, but is decided by moon forces as we descend from the cosmos and pass the moon. In the same way that we pass the moon, which really guides us into earthly existence, so we also pass the other planets. It is not an indifferent matter whether we pass Saturn in one way or another. For example, we may pass Saturn at a time when, due to a particular constellation, the power of Saturn works together with that of the constellation Leo. Because Saturn is here strengthened by Leo in the zodiac, as we pass this region, although our previous karma determines this, we acquire the strength that enables us to meet external events in life with prudence, so that they do not always disconcert us. If Saturn is, say, more subject to the influence of Capricorn, then we become weaker people who can collapse under the pressure of circumstances. We bear all this within us as, entering from the cosmos, we prepare our life on earth. Naturally, education can overcome such weaknesses, but not by saying, along with materialists, that all this is nonsense and there is no need to consider it. Not in that way, but by developing the powers intrinsic to us, really developing them. And in future, humanity will learn once more not merely to ensure that a child receives good milk and good sustenance, but to perceive also whether Saturn forces or Jupiter forces are at work in someone under a particular influence. Let us say that in a particular case, a person's karma means that he bears Saturn forces within him under the most unfavorable influence, for instance, under the influence of Capricorn or Aquarius, and he is therefore exposed to all life's greatest difficulties. Then we can carefully seek for other powers within him and try to strengthen these. We might ask, for instance, whether he passed through the Jupiter sphere, the Mars sphere, or through some other sphere. And it will always be possible to set one thing against the other to supply a remedy. We will have to learn to think of human beings not just in terms of diet and earthly concerns, but in connection with their passage through cosmic worlds, between death and a new birth. As a human soul draws close to his earthly life, in a sense he loses some of his intrinsic being. As you saw from my description, he has been connected with the spirit germ of the physical body he has been weaving. He has also interwoven this spirit germ with his experiences of descending through the fixed stars and the planets. At a certain stage, very close to conception and birth, the spirit germ is no longer present, but has in the meantime descended to the earth, taking its powers down with it as energy system. It has lapsed from us, and independently merged with inherited physical substance passed on through ancestors and the future child's mother and father. What is woven into the organism precedes us to the earth, ahead of our intrinsic being of soul and spirit. And when a soul feels that he has passed to his parents what he himself really wove in the cosmos, he is able at this last stage before earthly life begins, since he no longer needs to weave his physical body, which is largely ready and has been given up to the stream of inheritance and incorporated into it, to draw what he needs as ether organism from the world ether and mantle himself in it. He draws his etheric organism together. And along with this etheric organism, he now connects with what he himself has prepared through his parents. He takes on his physical body, into which this whole cosmic weft of the spirit germ has contracted, inscribed with what the person himself experienced as, in descending, he passed through this or that region of the stars. He does not arbitrarily pass through the gate of new moon or full moon, or randomly become a man or woman with black or blonde hair or blue or brown eyes. But all this is intimately connected with the outcomes of his former karma. You can see from all this that whereas in sleep we only pass through replicas of the planetary world, of the world of fixed stars, between death and a new birth we traverse these worlds in reality. As we pass through them, they become our inner life. The moon forces are always what bring us back to the earth, and as such they are different from all other star powers. In sleep they return us to the earth, and likewise they return us to the earth after we have traversed all the regions I described and approach a new life on earth. But now let us consider once again the astral and capital I organization that are outside the physical body when we sleep. Rather than a fabric of physical bones and physical blood, our whole moral worth is interwoven with our spirit and soul. Here on earth we are composed of bones, blood, and nerves. But what rises out of us as we fall asleep and enters us again when we wake up is composed of a reality that has coalesced from judgments about our own moral actions. If I did a good deed during the day, the effect of this is inscribed into my spirit-soul sleep body that rises out of me at night. My moral quality dwells in it. And when we pass through the gate of death, we bear with us the whole realized estimation of our moral being. You see, we create a second human being within us, in fact, in our life on earth between birth and death. This second human being who emerges from us every night during sleep is the outcome of our moral or immoral life, and this passes with us through the gate of death. This outcome, incorporated into the eternal core of our being, is not the only thing we possess in our soul and spirit as it rises out of us at night, but particularly after death, When we dwell first in the etheric body and then in the astral body, we discern almost nothing other than this moral entelechy of ours. We can then perceive clearly whether we did good or ill. We are this. Just as we are a person with skin, nerves, blood, or bones on earth, there we perceive ourselves in terms of our morality or immorality. And now, after death, we make our way outward, first through the moon sphere, then through the fixed star sphere, until we arrive at the time when we can begin to work with the beings of the higher hierarchies upon the spirit germ of our future physical body. But if we bore this moral element right up into the highest worlds, where we must weave the spirit germ of our future physical organism, the latter would become a real monstrosity. For a period between death and a new birth, we must be lifted beyond our moral quality. In fact, we leave it behind in the moon sphere. You see, as we pass beyond the moon sphere, we leave behind there our moral or immoral aspect and enter into the pure sphere of the gods, where we can weave our new physical body. But now, once again, I have to highlight the difference between older eras before the mystery of Golgotha and those following it, through to modern times. Ancient initiates told their pupils, who passed this on to all humankind, that to find a transition from the world I described as the world of souls in my book titled Theosophy, which we pass through entirely, really in the moon sphere, to make this transition and gain entry to what I called spirit land, we must acquire feelings on earth which allow the spiritual sun beings to guide us upward after we have left this whole baggage of moral effects behind us in the moon sphere. Everything that history tells us about the first 3 Christian centuries, about the 4th century AD too, is really false. Christianity was quite different from how it is described during these centuries. It was different because a view prevailed during this time, which still originated in an understanding of ancient initiation. This initiation wisdom gave people the knowledge that the great sublime sun being, led by the human soul, This initiation wisdom gave people the knowledge that the great sublime sun being led the human soul, once it had left its moral baggage behind it, out of the moon sphere after death, and then led the soul back again as it returned to the moon sphere. This was known to endow people with the strength, which they could not acquire by themselves, to incorporate this moral aspect at a certain period before birth, so that in their souls they could fulfill their destiny on earth. This moral quality was not to enter the body, for otherwise a person would be deformed at birth and suffer great physical disease or disorder. It has instead to be taken on again by the soul as we enter the moon sphere, so that it does not enter our future body. The initiates, living at the time of the mystery of Golgotha, and 3 to 4 centuries afterward too, told their pupils that the lofty sun being used only to dwell above in worlds of spirit. But as humanity progressed, consciousness became so bright on earth that it became correspondingly darkened or obscured in the world of spirit. You see, the brighter our I consciousness is here on earth, by virtue of the physical body alone, the darker it is up above. If Christ had not descended and undergone the mystery of Golgotha, human beings could no longer have approached the sun being, or, by their own strength, found the transition from the moon sphere into higher spheres. The being whom we used to encounter after death, only in the spiritual world, descended, and since the mystery of Golgotha lives here upon earth, we can gain a relationship to him by holding to the Pauline saying, quote, "Not I, but Christ in me," close quote. By this means we take with us from this earth the strength given us by Christ here on earth to leave behind our moral being, which we ourselves individually engender, in the moon sphere, and to pass on into the higher spheres to weave the spirit germ of our future physical body. And this means in turn that we find the strength as we descend again through the moon sphere to take our karma upon us by our free choice, to shoulder the consequences of our good and bad deeds. During the course of evolution, we have become free human beings, but this is only because the power of Christ, which we acquire here on earth, enables us to take on our karma by our own free strength as we descend to the moon sphere. Quite irrespective of whether this thought pleases or displeases us while on earth, at this stage of life between death and a new birth, we do this if we become true Christians. I have tried to describe some of what modern initiation science can perceive of the worlds we may call the hidden aspects of human existence, and really human nature can only be explained by considering these hidden aspects. At the same time, I sought to show you the related importance of the Christ impulse for modern human beings, for this is something we must keep coming back to. We cannot be full human beings in the time after the mystery of Golgotha if we do not find our way to the Christ impulse. And therefore anthroposophic spiritual science has to increasingly illumine the Christ impulse in the right way. The obscured way in which Christianity was seen in the past with dulled consciousness would deprive most of humanity of the opportunity to embrace Christianity. Think of people in the Orient and the inhabitants of other regions of the earth. But a Christianity deepened by anthroposophic insights is something which, if the living core of it is understood in the way I intended here, will be embraced by people in the East particularly, who possess an ancient, albeit now decadent, spirituality, embraced by them with full hearts. Only in this way can peace come to the earth. It must arise from the human soul and spirit. Every open-minded person knows at heart how important peace is to the earth. People will increasingly come to see how worthless is all superficial tinkering with outward forms and institutions, and how important it is by contrast to address souls directly. But we cannot address them if we have nothing to tell them about the soul's true home, and about what we experience beyond physical existence in states of consciousness I have described today. While these states of awareness may not be present during earthly life, their effects and consequences exist. Oh, anyone who understands life will see in every human face an image of the cosmic destinies a person has passed through between death and a new birth. I described to you today how the destiny of being either a man or a woman can be understood through insight into the cosmos, how even the color of our eyes or hair can only be understood if we can perceive cosmic existence. Nothing is comprehensible in this world if we do not see it in connection with the cosmos. People will only feel their full humanity if we draw on real spiritual insight to show them their deep connection with all that underlies physical sense existence. Even if people are unaware of this today, unconsciously they thirst for such insight. And the convulsions we are experiencing in all areas of life, in our culture, in the field of human rights, in economic life, all of this can ultimately be traced back to the spirit. And all of it can only be lifted out of decline and rejuvenated if people learn again to understand something of their connection with an existence beyond the physical world. This physical existence is nothing if it is not seen in connection with a life beyond physical reality. Our physical human body only acquires its meaning if we see it as the confluence of all the majestic powers that are woven into it between death and a new birth. The tragedy of the materialistic worldview is that ultimately it does not even understand material reality. We place the human corpse on the dissecting table and conscientiously study its tissues and various physical attributes. We do so because we wish to understand matter, but we do not come to know it by these means, for it is an outcome of the Spirit. We only come to know it if we can trace it back to the realms where it is woven from the Spirit. Physical and material existence itself will only become comprehensible to people when their soul is guided toward cosmic realities of soul and spirit. If we fill ourselves with an awareness that we need to increasingly understand how we are connected with the spirit and soul of the cosmos, we become true anthroposophists. Here, at least, I will not be ridiculed, I'm sure, if I say that the world needs true anthroposophists who further humanity's ascent with a form of awareness that arises when we experience the Spirit, even if, to begin with, we only grasp it as an image or reflection and do not ourselves perceive it clairvoyantly. We do not need to be clairvoyant ourselves to possess knowledge of the Spirit and work charitably and beneficially. When we eat meat, we do not have to know exactly what constitutes it. It will still nourish us. In the same way, we do not need to be clairvoyant to bring about, through the way we work, our whole connection with the life of higher worlds. Assuming the Spirit exists before we become clairvoyant is like consuming spirit. Clairvoyance does not really add anything to what we can become through a spiritual knowledge of the world. It only satisfies our need for knowledge, which we inevitably have. Of course, there must be people who study the precise composition of meat, but we do not have to stop eating until we know this. Likewise, we need people with clairvoyance nowadays to study how human beings are connected with the world of spirit. But for humanity to work in the right way, we need only be healthy human souls who will sense their power of soul digestion when they hear someone speaking of the science of the Spirit. They will absorb this spiritual element, assimilate it, and incorporate it into their work. And this is what we need today throughout the civilized world: outward human work which is rightly and truly filled with Spirit. The end of Lecture 6. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of collected works by Rudolf Steiner, collected works number 218, entitled Spirit as Sculptor of the Human Organism, and it's translated by Matthew Barton. This is Lecture 7, given in London on the 12th of November 1922. Last time I was here, you may remember that I spoke to you about the human soul's experiences during sleep. And today I wish to develop this theme further. If we consider only our waking life, half of human life remains hidden from us. The most important things occur during sleep. I have spoken to you here in London before about the method of inquiry based on exact clairvoyance, and so there is no need for me to explain again today that what I will describe is based on this. I will assume that you understand that insights presented here draw on an exact science of clairvoyance. When we pass from a waking state of consciousness to that of sleep, which is basically a state of unconsciousness for people today, we are no longer in our physical or etheric body. During sleep, we are a being of pure spirit. And while we are asleep, as a being of spirit and soul, we experience the things I described to you last time from a particular angle. You will recall that during sleep, we first experience our being penetrating the cosmic ether, which causes a certain anxiety to rise up in us, a fear of the unknown, nebulous and undifferentiated. And you will also remember that something awakens in the soul at this moment, which we can name with an expression drawn from our conscious life, a yearning for the divine. Then you will also recall that in a second stage of sleep, we pass through replicas or images of the planetary movements, and that for a person who has a relationship to the mystery of Golgotha, Christ appears as a guide through these otherwise chaotic experiences, these images of the life of planets we pass through during sleep. Then comes an experience of the world of fixed stars. We have now passed beyond the planetary sphere, though only in image or reflection, and experience the fixed star constellations. From the moment we fall asleep to the moment of awakening, therefore, we experience all of extra-telluric cosmic existence. And I also said to you that the moon forces, the spiritual counterpart of moon phenomena, always lead us back in the morning, or whenever we wake up, into our physical and etheric body. Today I would like to describe these experiences during sleep from another perspective. In our waking consciousness during the day, we possess, if we are not entangled in modern humanity's materialistic ideas, a moral and religious foundation for our life. Besides our sense-based knowledge, we need to feel that we also have moral obligations and responsibilities, and furthermore, that our whole being rests and is rooted in a world of spirit. We can call the latter a religious awareness. This moral and religious consciousness is something we possess while awake, and yet we only do so by virtue of inhabiting our physical body. In fact, we are not alone in our physical body, but spirits of higher hierarchies are also present with us, dwelling with us in our body. In our etheric body, too, we live alongside the moral intentions of these spirits of the higher hierarchies. In other words, our religious consciousness is dependent on living in the physical body, while moral life is dependent on our life in the etheric body. This can make us aware that the world ether from which our etheric body is drawn has two aspects, one of which is warmth, light, chemical ether, and life ether. But underlying all these etheric qualities of warmth, light, chemical processes, and life is the other aspect, the moral essence of the cosmic ether. This moral essence only exists, however, in proximity to the stars and planets. In living upon earth, you see, even though you are unaware of this during the day, you are also contained in the cosmic ether as moral essence. And when you wander through the starry worlds, you are also within the moral essence of the world ether in the neighborhood of a celestial body. Between the stars, sunlight drives out the moral element from the ether. The light of the sun shines, but not the sun itself, a celestial body which for us human beings contains the primordial source of the moral ether, dispels the ether's moral essence. And therefore, when our eyes look out into the world, we see flowers, see springs, see everything without imbuing what we see with a moral quality. And this is because sunlight dispels and deadens the moral element. And when, in falling asleep, we emerge from our physical and etheric body as beings of spirit and soul, we initially have nothing other than what we acquired during earthly life by perceiving the natural world around us. However paradoxical this sounds, we leave behind in bed our religious feeling and moral sensibility with the physical and etheric body, and live as an amoral being during sleep. During this time we live in a world otherwise illumined by sunlight, And because the moral world order is dispelled from the ether, the being of Ahriman gains entry to this ether, into which we come as we fall asleep. As we sleep, this Ahrimanic being speaks to us, and basically this is a dire business, since Ahriman is rightly called the spirit of untruth. This is because he presents good as ill and evil as good to sleeping human beings. Recently, there was a piece published in the newspaper about something scientists have also been studying. The question as to why criminals sleep so well, whereas moral people have with a good conscience, often sleep badly. This can be explained by what I have said. Someone with a strong conscience, a person of inward and moral sensibility, possesses a soul that goes so deeply into moral feelings that he takes this with him into sleep and sleeps badly if he believes he has done much ill. But a person without a strongly developed moral conscience takes no pangs of conscience with him into sleep, and then his ears of spirit are wide open to the whisperings of Ahriman, who presents evil to him as good. This is why a criminal sleeps so soundly. People think this is unjust. Why should criminals sleep soundly while decent folk toss and turn? As I said, scientists have found this to be so. But it is caused by what I have described. The temptation to evil during sleep is huge, and as a person wakes up in the morning, he can easily bring the most demonic powers of temptation with him. Only as he comes back into his physical and etheric body do the pangs of conscience reawaken in someone who is not such a good human being. During sleep, an earthly human being very easily succumbs to the temptations of Ahriman. This has only gradually come to be so, however, over the course of time. Only in our modern era are people exposed to such a great degree to the demonic powers that present evil to them as good while they sleep. This was not so in earlier periods of human evolution, when, as I have often said, people did not have such a strong capital I consciousness. During their waking life, they had a weaker sense of I, and this meant that during sleep, they did not sail so blithely into the realm of evil as they now do. Human evolution is at a crisis point, a decisive era. People must arm themselves against the power of evil that approaches them. In former times, human beings were protected, for as they fell asleep, they merged more with the group soul, lived in the group soul during sleep. This group soul life is something we still develop to a certain degree in waking life, feeling ourselves part of a nation, often even of a tribe, or sometimes with aristocratic airs and graces as members of a family. But nowadays, sleep deprives us entirely of this group soul feeling. It is no longer possible nowadays to be easily aristocratic in sleep. Indeed, sleep educates us far more than you imagine. On the one hand, makes us more evil, and on the other, more democratic. Sleep is certainly a great teacher. In olden times, people entered the group soul when they fell asleep, and when they woke up again, returning to their physical and etheric body, they brought with them a strong sense of being part of a group. That is one aspect of the human being, what he is during sleep. But what occurs in sleep and is so greatly subject to evil as I have described is something we also possess within us today. We just have to immerse it during waking life in our moral and religious awareness. Let it flow into this. Religiosity is given us by the powers that live with the physical body, and morality by those that live with the etheric body. All this changed for humanity's evolution with the mystery of Golgotha. In ancient times, people lived strongly in their group soul consciousness during sleep, and when they awoke, sinking back down into their physical and etheric body, they lived more individually. But here we find another difference between people in olden times and nowadays. When a person of former eras began waking up, as he was immersing himself again in his physical and ether body, he had a clear awareness of his pre-earthly life before he woke up fully. And the same is true as he was just falling asleep. Thus, in those times, people had both a stronger group soul consciousness and a strong awareness of their participation in a life removed from the earth. They knew how they had descended from the world of spirit, passing through the world of stars and choosing a physical body here on earth. Later, this consciousness became dulled and obscured. Instead, humankind became clever, as we call it. People were imbued with faculties of judgment, discrimination, and such things. This only slowly evolved. And this is also why we can judge things so well in the morning, because our physical body gives us the power of judgment. We penetrate our physical and etheric body more strongly than people once did. And this was why they were aware of their previous existence, while we have a stronger sense of earthly existence. We settle down solidly in our physical and etheric body, something that was not the case in olden times. In older eras, people wore the physical and ether body more as something external to them, having the same sense of them that we have of our clothes. We no longer have this feeling. We no longer say, as was said in olden times, when someone went in through a doorway, "I carry myself through the door." He meant his physical body. This was a common natural figure of speech in the old languages. Nowadays we say, "I'm going through the door," because we push our capital I very solidly down into the physical body. And we consider this way of putting it self-evident and natural. As these developments continued, people lost an awareness of their connection with the world of spirit and the stars. In older times, a person knew that he was connected with the world of stars, and behind it with the world of spirit, and had descended from these worlds to earthly existence. In the modern era, we say, "I need food to live, meat, vegetables, and eggs." All these are products of the physical world, with which we are so involved from birth to death. Please don't think I mean to express any disregard for such things. They are all very good and part and parcel of life, and their full importance absolutely has to be acknowledged. All I wish to say is that people of olden times knew that to live, they not only needed the strength of the earth that lies in cattle and cabbage and eggs, but also the strength of Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn. They knew that just as they needed to eat on earth, so as they descended from the world of spirit, they needed to have imbibed the power of Jupiter and Venus to be a human being at all. A key concern of people today is what they should eat in order to be healthy. And similarly, people of ancient times felt it essential to have a relationship with the world of stars. They knew that if they were in some way deficient on earth, incapable of doing something, then they had not conducted themselves properly as they descended from the stars, and would need to correct this the next time they sojourned between death and a new birth. In olden times, people developed what can be called a spiritual diet. In the ancient mysteries, there were guides and leaders who resembled something like the modern physician, though the latter gives recommendations only about the body. This is quite natural and fitting. But the ancient guides in the mysteries, who in this respect were also physicians, gave suggestions about how, say, if someone was suffering from one complaint or another, he should improve his relationship to Venus or Saturn. And this was accomplished by giving people certain instructions for their soul conduct. Let us imagine that an ancient physician of this kind found that the person seeking healing from him was too strongly connected with his physical body, and that more than a kind of clothing, he lived in too strong a connection with it, a little like someone going to bed in his clothes, perhaps. Such a physician would say to this patient, suffering from a disorder involving excessive involvement in the physical body, try to wander a little under the full moon when it rises in the evening, and as you do so, speak this or that mantra. Why would he recommend this? Because he knew that when someone goes walking in moonlight and speaks a mantra, this counteracts the power of Saturn. Saturn gains less power over such a person. And this ancient physician in the mysteries knew that excessive clinging to the physical body, this full immersion in it, arose from a person adhering too strongly to Saturn as he descended from the world of spirit through the world of stars into earthly existence. His disorder was traced back to this excessive sympathy with Saturnian life. Moon and Saturn are celestial bodies that counteract each other. And thus an ancient physician would use moon forces to cure the negative influence of Saturn forces. Thus he gave a spiritual diet, and this was an ancient method of healing. We have a physical diet that we choose as appropriate for us. But in ancient times one needed a spiritual diet, and this is something we need to learn to add to our physical diet. The task of our modern era is to help people acquire a spiritual diet to enhance their physical diet, and this will enable us to meet the challenges of our times. That is what I wished to say in this first part of the lecture. I am very pleased to be able to give 2 lectures to you here, and so I am not in such a hurry today as I often am. I can therefore speak to you at leisure of what I had in mind. In ancient times, through an elementary clairvoyance, people were able to look back to their life in the world of spirit before their earthly life began, and before they united with their physical and etheric body on earth. Today we can only achieve this through real spiritual science, as anthroposophy endeavors to develop it. Then, by looking back through a faculty of inspiration to the time preceding our descent to earth, we can realize that we live for a period in a world of pure spirit, a world without the natural kingdoms of minerals, plants, or animals, not even containing stars as we see them in the earth's enfolding heavens, but instead seeing that we were surrounded by beings of the higher hierarchies. For a period between death and rebirth, we live amongst spiritual beings, and only then do we descend to the earth, passing the starry heavens as we do so with greater or lesser sympathy for different celestial spheres. Here we do really prepare our earthly life. Depending on the way in which we relate to the starry spheres as we pass through them, this forms our future earthly existence. And now I would like to illustrate this with an example. When we emerge from a world of pure spirit, we first pass through the sphere of fixed stars, and next time I will speak of this in more detail. Then we pass through the sphere of Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars, the Sun's sphere, the spheres of Mercury, Venus, and Moon, gradually descending to the earth. As we emerge from a world of pure spirit, in a sense we approach the stars from their far side. Here on earth we look up to Jupiter from our earthly perspective. But as human beings emerging from the world of spirit and descending through the starry spheres toward earth, we see Saturn and all the stars from the other side. Our being, in a sense, approaches a celestial body from behind, seeing always the opposite of what human beings see on earth. But the human entelechy approaching the earth from the world of spirit does not perceive in the same way as we do here. We have no eyes then, of course, which we only acquire through the physical body. And so we see the spiritual aspect of Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, the Sun, the spiritual aspect of Venus, Mercury, and Moon. Accordingly, as our being descends, and depending on the sympathy or antipathy experienced in one sphere or the other, it must assimilate the qualities of each sphere, of Saturn, Jupiter, and so forth. Now, something like this can happen. A human entelechy who lived in a particular way in a former life gains the impression, as it descends toward a new life, that it would be good to become a woman the next time it is born, to incarnate in a female body. This is very much a consideration for the descending human soul, whether to become a man or woman. Of course, the soul's whole destiny will greatly depend on this, for it is not a matter of indifference whether one spends one's life on earth as a man or a woman. But this isn't a simple, quick decision for the soul. It has to be prepared. And this preparation involves the human soul who desires to become a woman approaching the earth at a time that we below see as full moon. When we see the full moon in the sky above us, the human soul, as it enters from the spiritual sphere, perceives the spiritual aspect of the moon, perceiving it, in fact, as dark, or, in other words, filled with particular beings. Yes, the soul sees the moon spiritually, and these beings prepare the soul so that it attracts toward it an earthly female body. But when it is new moon from our earthly perspective, the descending soul sees the illumined moon from its other aspect, sees light shining out into cosmic space, or rather the spiritual aspect of this, and then it can become a man. It therefore depends on how the soul is passing through the starry spheres, whether it acquires the power to be male or female. But in the same way that the soul passes through the moon sphere, it also passes through the Mercury or Venus sphere, for example. Whereas the soul becomes a man or a woman in the moon sphere, it is endowed with sympathy for a particular family in the sphere of Venus. For it could become a man or woman in any number of families. The human soul, descending to the earth, can either descend at a time when Venus is on the opposite side of the earth, so that it does not even need to pass through this sphere at all. Then the person will become someone who is not much concerned about his family. Or instead the soul will pass through the Venus sphere, and this leads him to a particular family. It is therefore possible for the soul to prepare itself for a particular family by choosing the ray, if you like, that shines toward it from Venus. The soul will approach the earth from the far side, the dark side of Venus, and in this way comes to a particular family. Likewise, it passes through the sphere of Mercury, which leads it to a particular nation. So again, this is true. When this nation's region is illumined by the rays of Mercury, as the soul approaches from the far or dark side of Mercury, it will find the way to this particular people. Thus the moon prepares human souls for birth, and in spiritual terms, for the decision about becoming a man or a woman. Venus shows us the way to a particular family, and Mercury to a particular people or nation. Our whole human life on earth is therefore dependent on how we shape things as we descend. This is something we need to come to understand once more, feeling ourselves as creatures of the world of stars, in the same way that on earth we feel ourselves to be creatures of hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, carbon, sulfur, and so on. We are not merely physical human beings, composed of protein and a few other substances, but have been formed by all the powers of the universe that work upon us as we descend toward birth, which we then contain within us, and of which, in a sense, we have a memory in sleep. But memory is, as you know, always weaker than the original experience. If someone close to you dies, the grief gradually wanes. In the same way, in sleep, our intimate involvement in the world of spirit and of the stars is weaker than it originally was. And this is why we are exposed in sleep to everything I described at the beginning today. In sleep we have only a weak reflection, a cosmic memory, if you like, of our spiritual and star experiences between death and this latest birth. The end of Lecture 7. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner, Collected Works number 218, entitled Spirit as Sculptor of the Human Organism. Translated by Matthew Barton. This is Lecture 8, given in London on the 16th of November, 1922. Today I will need to speak to you about the spiritual powers and beings who live supersensibly in our proximity and have a share in our earthly life. You will understand that everything occurring between spiritual beings in the supersensible world, and the way such spiritual beings relate to one another, is different in nature from what human beings customarily do during their life on earth, and that it is therefore difficult to express in human language, which is of course intended for human circumstances, the nature and activities of what we may call supersensible intelligences. Since this needs to be done nowadays, however, we must do it pictorially. And you will understand that some expressions I use appear to be coined in relation to human conditions. In fact, they are accurate, but inevitably drawn from human circumstances and offered as a picture. Nature surrounds us with her diverse realms, the mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms. And we can also say with the physical human kingdom. The natural world surrounding us has, you can say, a second nature behind it, a spiritual, supersensible one. We perceive the natural world with our senses. Supersensible nature, which lies behind it, is not ordinarily perceived, but nevertheless has a great effect upon our earthly existence. The second thing to be considered is that we have a physical nature, and when we look inside ourselves, perceive this physical nature as our instincts and passions. Naturally, this is all astral, but it streams up out of our physical nature. Underlying what we perceive in this way within us as instincts, drives, and passions is a kind of kingdom of beings with an intimate relationship to us, yet they are subhuman in nature. On the one hand, therefore, we look around us with our senses and see, as it were, the surface of nature, its exterior countenance, under which we must intuit supersensible nature. And on the other, looking into ourselves and perceiving our own drives, instincts, and passions, we have to intuit a subsensible nature underlying these and coming to expression in them and through us. We can only gain insight into the supersensible nature around us by spiritual vision, looking beyond the strictly natural laws on which scientists focus their gaze. The results of scientific research will never be able to reveal supersensible nature underlying the natural world. But it does become apparent if we sharpen our spiritual perception, not of what is strictly lawful, but of what people usually refer to as chance or random occurrence. Chance governs everything in the world around us that comes to expression in the weather, in the irregularities of the atmosphere through the seasons. You can attribute, say, a London fog to certain general causes, but you cannot identify the precise detail of every factor involved. Wind and weather are considered to be fairly random in nature, and weather forecasts do not offer a prediction as certain as that the sun will rise tomorrow. In other words, natural laws seem to be something quite different from what manifests in wind and weather, which people think of initially as fairly random occurrences. It is possible to develop a certain prophetic gift for predicting the weather, but this is something intuitive or inspired and cannot be formulated in strict laws. Well, there are beings living in everything that comes to expression in wind and weather, and they are not perceived because they have no body visible to the senses that earthly beings possess. These beings living in the wind and the weather do exist, nevertheless, and have a body composed only of air and warmth, without any water, fluid, or solidity. Their body is one of air and warmth alone. This body of theirs dissolves and undergoes rapid transformations. The cloud formations we see, the sensations we have of wind, are only an outward expression of the deeds, if you like, of these beings, behind which is their body of air and warmth. Looking out into our atmosphere as it encircles the earth where we live, we have a world of beings composed of air and warmth, and their nature is one I have often described in my writings and lectures as luciferic. These luciferic beings have a very special endeavor in relation to humankind. Although they often live in weather we find unpleasant, they are beings who have an extraordinary interest in the moral element at work in the human social order. They adhere so strongly to the moral element that they consider we ought not to have a real physical body, or at least we ought not to have a body containing earthly and watery nature. They wish they could have shaped humankind like themselves, making us into entirely moral beings, though without freedom. We would be better off, in their view, if we did not have a physical nature at all, and were moral beings alone. And during the year these beings battle furiously to draw the human being away from the earth and pull him into their own sphere, to alienate him from the earth and make him earthless. These beings are especially dangerous for anything in us that is quixotic or ungrounded, any kind of foggy mysticism. People with a tendency to foggy mysticism and ungrounded enthusiasms succumb very easily to these beings who seek to draw us away from the earth, to make us a kind of angel so that we cannot possibly fall prey to immoral temptations. This probably sounds very strange and paradoxical. These powers expressed in the wind and weather, pulsing in the atmosphere, hate human freedom above all else, and wish to have nothing to do with it. They want to destroy it, if possible, and yet at the same time make us into moral automata, into nothing but angelic goodness. And if I may use an earthly expression to describe this, they, quote, fight tooth and nail, close quote, to achieve this. In contrast to these beings, which, if you like, build their fortresses in the air, though please understand I am speaking metaphorically, there are others I mentioned last time in a particular context. These have to do with what expresses itself in us in instincts, drives, desires, and passions. But they do not dwell inside us. Only their effects are to be found there. These beings live directly upon the earth, yet in a way that is invisible to people, because they never acquire a body formed in a way we could ordinarily see. They possess only a body that lives in the elements of earth and water, and their deeds manifest in the ebb and flow of tides, in volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and tremors. Behind these phenomena, which, as you know, leave scientists helpless and perplexed, the spiritually honed gaze perceives a world of subhuman entities. And these subhuman entities are subject to the rule of powers I always refer to as ahrimanic. These ahrimanic powers, with their diverse sub-spirits, including sprite and goblin-like beings who dwell in the elements of earth and water, have set themselves a different task. We really can't hold it against all these beings that they do what they do. There is no point in being annoyed with luciferic beings. They have the very best motivations. They want to make us intrinsically moral, albeit without any freedom at all. Moral automata. Yet they do want the best for us. The other beings, who have their fortresses directly under the earth's surface, exert influences that rise into our metabolism. the ebb and flow of the tides, and the volcanic eruptions or earthquakes we witness too, though less regularly, are something that comes to expression also in a continual ebb and flow of human metabolism, and is always present there. These are the Ahrimanic effects. Whereas the Luciferic spirits build their castles in the air to battle against the earth on behalf of morality, these other beings battle to harden us and make us resemble them. By succumbing to them, we would become endlessly clever in the material realm, endlessly ingenious, incredibly intelligent. These beings cannot achieve this directly, and therefore seek to do so indirectly. Their millennia-old exertions have indeed succeeded in shaping and developing a whole race of subhuman entities that take possession of human instinctual nature, if this is especially rampant, so that such people fall prey to these Ahrimanic powers during their lifetime. If someone has fallen prey during his lifetime to the Ahrimanic powers, is given up entirely to his passions, instincts, and drives, becoming rampant in his desires, these beings can, in quotes, harvest this after his death to create a whole population, a subhuman populace of the earth, which does indeed already exist. This does really exist in the elements of water and earth. And if we ask what such Ahrimanic beings intend with this subhuman populace, it is this: to draw this kind of instinctual nature from a human being and make it into a being of earth and water. And beings of earth and water do now actually populate the strata directly below the earth's surface. There they dwell. People who can use spiritual vision to observe minds know such entities very well. They exist there, having been torn from a human being at the moment of his death. And there waits Ahriman. There wait the Ahrimanic powers for a person's karma, caused by instincts, drives, and passions, to lead him down into an incarnation where he takes special pleasure in such a being, and therefore finds in a particular life on earth that he does not wish to return to the world of spirit. Having left his physical body, from which after all we depart again for a supersensible life, he will seek instead to be embodied in a subsensible being of this kind, to remain united with the earth, no longer to die, but choosing to remain united with the earth as a subsensible entity. One has to be astonished, since Ahrimanic beings, after all, are extraordinarily intelligent. As paradoxical as it sounds, they always think, and this is a quite accurate finding, that by this means they will be able to entice so many people into their race that eventually the earth will be populated entirely by subhuman Ahrimanic entities of this kind. And their intention is to make the earth immortal as a result, so that it does not atomize in universal space. In our earthly human environs, therefore, we have two hosts, one of beings in the atmosphere who want to make us moral, but by lifting us away from the earth, and of Ahrimanic beings directly below the earth's surface, who seek to draw us down and bind us irrevocably to the earth. These two types of being exist in the mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms, and also in the ordinary physical domain of human nature. Insofar as we do not dwell excessively in drives, passions, and desires, they are compelled to endure each other's presence within us. In primordial times, the God who is called God the Father in the Christian religion maintained peace in the mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms, and also in the external animal and physical nature of humankind. God the Father kept the peace in these kingdoms, and also in the animal nature of human beings, insofar as it is not raised into the soul domain, and so cannot be contaminated by our drives, desires, and passions. If you pick up a crystal, a stone, or a plant, you won't notice any discord there between these two types of beings. But the moment you consider how our soul penetrates the body, you will find the Luciferic beings relating in a particular way to the Ahrimanic ones, as it were saying to them, quote, "We promised God the Father that we will not dispute about minerals, plants, or animals, nor about the human being, as long as he remained in olden times an unconscious being who did not reflect, who lived like an animal. But we will fight tooth and nail over the human being who has achieved self-awareness." Close quote. Indeed, a terrible war is waged between beings of air and fire and those of earth and water to possess the human being. We have to realize this. Nowadays, humanity has developed great knowledge of external nature. Within this natural world, Luciferic and Ahrimanic beings live side by side and endure each other. But human beings are unaware of what lives beyond the sensory world, of supersensible nature and subhuman nature. These two realms conceal beings who fight this terrible war to possess the human being as I have described. The being called Yahweh or Jehovah in the Old Testament dwells, if I may use this expression, and remembering what I said about how I'm using such words, in the moon. In other words, this entelechy in the cosmos belongs to what comes to expression in physical moon phenomena. This moon being, Yahweh, has the following task in the world order. The primary task of this intelligence is to lead to earth the human being as he descends from the world of spirit and soul and mantles himself in a body. But this Yahweh being also, if you like, retains the right to be involved with the human being on earth as well, and to regulate everything that relates to the powers of reproduction. So this Yahweh being, dwelling as it were in the moon, leads us down to earth and seeks to rule in us everything connected with the drives and instincts of reproduction. Yet reproduction cannot be ruled in isolation, since it connects with other human instincts and drives. And therefore, the Yahweh being needs helpers to maintain harmony between the instincts relating, for instance, to eating and drinking, and those involved in the instincts of reproduction, and to ensure that drives and instincts are ruled in general. And Yahweh, the moon god, if I may call him that, finds these helpers in Mercury and Venus. In the spiritual cosmos, therefore, we find a kind of alliance between the moon, the Yahweh being there, and everything populating the moon alongside Yahweh, and the beings in Venus and Mercury. The beings in this alliance seek to maintain dominion over our flesh and blood from the moon, Mercury, and Venus. We are not just earthly beings, but effects play into us from the universe. If we now consider the beings I referred to earlier as Ahrimanic, who as beings of earth and water build their fortress below the earth's surface, we find that they have not grown mature enough to approach these celestial bodies in the same way that Yahweh inhabits the moon, or his helpers inhabit Mercury and Venus. In the world order, they are condemned to reside below the earth's surface, rather than dwelling in the moon, Venus, or Mercury. As you can imagine, therefore, these entirely immoral beings not only wage war against the beings of air and fire, but primarily against Yahweh and the powers of Venus and Mercury, trying to dispossess Yahweh of his rightful dominion. Yahweh regulates the instinctive aspects of our nature. Because he does so from beyond the earth, they remain subject also to a power other than moral ones, and yet they do not necessarily become immoral. Yahweh's proper dominion means that the human race has developed on the earth in the way we know. And for this to happen, the powers of the moon, Mercury, and Venus were necessary. To oppose the human race subject to Yahweh, these Ahrimanic beings try to establish the other race I described. And a primary means for them to do so is what I characterized last time. While a human being sleeps, they approach him and tell him that good is bad and bad is good. It is so terribly easy for a person to accept this while asleep, and then to bring it back into his physical and ether body on awakening. And these Ahrimanic entities believe they will achieve their goal by whispering into our sleep like this, inspiring us to heinous evil. In other words, we ought really to depend entirely on the higher powers of the moon, Venus, and Mercury as far as our lower nature is concerned. Our lower nature is not intrinsically evil or base, only becoming so insofar as the powers in enmity with Yahweh enter people as I have described. Yahweh wants these entities to come to expression only in the ebb and flow of tides, in volcanic eruptions and earthquakes. But they make strenuous efforts to assert themselves within us as well, not only initiating attacks from their earthly fortress against beings of air and fire, but also primarily against Yahweh and his helpers on Venus and Mercury. Thus, human beings are caught up in a battle waged on the one hand by Yahweh and his hosts, who fight for justice in the universe, and on the other by the hosts of Ahriman, whose ingenious cleverness is far greater than that of human beings, and who wants to utterly deny our moral nature, and instead make us into intelligent automata. Rising from below into the human being, as it were, you have the produce. Read that again. Rising from below into the human being, as it were, you have the produce humankind must eat, originating in earth and water. We do not draw sustenance from air, nor from mere warmth. The beings who have their corporeality in air and warmth are as undeveloped as those in enmity with Yahweh. Developed, mature beings, by contrast, live on Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. These beings of air and fire, therefore, do not simply battle against the Ahrimanic powers, but also against everything affecting human beings from Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, these distant planets, affect us, or rather their spiritual beings do, primarily through the external sensory organs of eyes, ears, and so forth. Whereas the moon, Venus, and Mercury act within us, in our inner organs, Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars work in our sense organs. For instance, the actions of Saturn are primarily located in the human eye, EYE. These beings of Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars seek to make us into very earthly human beings, giving us senses properly set into the surface of a physical human organism. They want to give us nerves that pass from these senses and extend inside us. Saturn gives us the senses. Jupiter is responsible for the neural connections with them. And Mars is a potency that gives us speech, for example. In other words, these beings seek to endow us with everything close to our surface, our skin. These senses and nerves are infoldings of the human skin. The beings of air and fire I spoke of again fight tooth and nail against Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars. They sit there in their castles in the air, and in particular in lightning and everything fiery in nature, unfold their powers in the atmosphere. They would like to make the human being into nothing really but an entire eye, EYE, ear, or nose, pouring our whole surface through us to make us beings who do nothing but see and hear. They would like us not to eat or drink, but just see and hear, and thus become a kind of angel being. Well, the beings of Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn behave very decently, if I can say this of such lofty beings, within external nature. They penetrate what appears to us a purely natural world with morality. They bring morality toward us, and it actually enters through our senses. But the beings of air and fire seek to pervade us entirely with our sensory nature, so that we simply see with our senses nothing except what is moral. They want to make us, therefore, into moral automata. If you observe nature around you, you find that everything expressed in forces and energies comes from the Mars beings, while Jupiter beings are responsible for natural laws, and Saturn beings for color and tone. But the beings of air and fire would like to prevent us from becoming entirely physically endowed, want to allow us only to be force, law, that means thought, and color and tone. They want to dilute us or dissipate us, and as I said, make us into an angel being of sorts. In external nature, the moon, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Mars, and Saturn are in harmony, kept in equilibrium by the sun. But as far as human nature is concerned, they are waging a twofold battle. Firstly, the Ahrimanic and Luciferic beings are battling with each other. Secondly, the Luciferic beings are battling with all the planetary powers beyond the sun of Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. And then the Ahrimanic beings in turn are battling with everything working through the moon, Venus, and Jupiter. A hard battle is therefore being waged behind the surface of nature and in the human being. And on this battlefield we have to achieve our progress and our freedom. In ancient times this was accomplished through the teachings of the mysteries. But nowadays we must seek to do it by what we learn from spiritual research about the invisible realms underlying nature and below the level of our human life. You see, to be unaware of these things would in future lead humanity into the gravest decline. From what I have said, you will see that the beings I have described as Luciferic and Ahrimanic are very highly developed in certain different respects. The Luciferic beings in relation to morality, and the Ahrimanic beings as far as cleverness and intelligence are concerned. Yet despite this, both types of being repeatedly believe that they will achieve their aims, and keep launching fresh efforts to further and attain these aims. But on the earth they continually meet with disappointment, finding their aims are thwarted. Encountering these Luciferic or Ahrimanic beings behind nature, or below the human being, you keep seeing them celebrating euphoric victories on the one hand, holding to their aims and refusing to relinquish them, continually believing that victory is at hand, and on the other they are repeatedly disappointed and thwarted upon the earth. You can say that this mood of victorious euphoria, followed by repeated disappointment, constitutes the life of this type of being. Specifically, they are disappointed on earth by the physical nature of the human being. One gains the very strong impression that Ahriman and Lucifer are profoundly disappointed if you spend any time in hospitals, or by the beds of patients, or in mental hospitals. These beings wage a hard battle, as I said, to possess human nature, but every time one side is victorious against the other, they find their aims have not been served. It is somewhat different with Ahriman's victory against the gods of the moon, Venus, and Mars, and likewise that of the spirits of air and fire against Jupiter, Mars, and Saturn. These are never complete victories, however. Their successes against each other seem to strengthen them, but are really only Pyrrhic victories, and thus give rise to their disappointment. Picture for a moment that the Ahrimanic powers succeed in winning a victory over the Luciferic powers in the human physical body, over those powers that would like to pervade us entirely with our outer senses. When the Ahrimanic beings are victorious, we succumb to diseases such as tumors, carcinomas, or metabolic disorders such as diabetes. Whenever a disease such as this physically affects us, Ahriman has won a victory against Lucifer, and this will be associated with a potential ruination of our physical nature. And then this physical nature can no longer serve Ahriman. He can no longer draw from it the instincts and drives with which to create his own race of entities. This will give you a paradoxical yet accurate insight into illness. In many cases, it is the only means whereby the good powers can save the human being from the clutches of Ahriman. And when Lucifer wins a victory in our human nature over Ahrimanic powers that seek to harden us and draw us down into their race of mere water and earth beings, we succumb to allergic or catarrhal disorders, or can develop mental disorders, and this in turn renders Lucifer's victory redundant. These Ahrimanic and Luciferic powers continually work with all their strength to secure their victories, only to be downcast and disappointed beside sickbeds, in hospitals, and in lunatic asylums. For then they find that, however much they battle, they cannot possibly ever be victorious in the last resort. If you gain insight into the human being's etheric nature rather than just our physical nature, then you can discover the conditions which lead to such disappointments for the Ahrimanic and Luciferic beings. You see, when the Luciferic beings are victorious over Ahrimanic beings in the etheric body, a person becomes an habitual liar, but thereby he lapses from morality and from the world Lucifer wishes to raise him into. Lucifer seems to pull human beings from the earthly world, but instead of making them moral automata, he makes them into liars. And by becoming an habitual liar, in this making of a person into a liar, a weapon is given to the good powers, however paradoxical this sounds, a weapon to draw us away from the clutches of Lucifer. You see, we can overcome the lying habit, improve it, at least as karma unfolds, whereas if Lucifer were truly victorious, the human race would be lost, would be lifted entirely away from the earth. When Ahriman is victorious in the etheric body, or is close to being so, we become possessed, inwardly possessed, by cleverness. But because we are inwardly possessed by intelligence, this cleverness remains within us as possession, pervading the etheric body. And then, once again, Ahriman is unable to drag our instincts and drives down as he wishes, since they are now rooted in the etheric body due to this possession. Thus the success of the adversary spirits, leading either to mendacity or to possession, continually pulls them up short and faces them with their greatest disappointments. We can consider the astral body here too. Let's assume that Ahrimanic powers are victorious in someone's astral body, or close to being so. Then a person can become a crass egotist, completely egotistic. But if he is, he holds his instincts under control, and Ahriman can't get hold of them or draw them forth. And so the crass egotist also deprives Ahriman of his booty. And if Lucifer is victorious or close to being so, a person can become an egoless dreamer in his astral body, someone who isn't really fully present in himself. Such things exist, or at least we can fall prey to such conditions from time to time. This again is a great disappointment for Luciferic powers. And so you see how many sources of disappointment there are on earth for the Ahrimanic and Luciferic powers. But at the same time, you can see that we are in the midst of a battlefield. In the midst of ancient initiation mysteries, this was already so. We stood in a battle that takes place behind the veil of the physical world. In those times, the teachers of the mysteries, the first great teachers, were messengers of God the Father. The pupils of these messengers were the gurus, and their pupils in turn were the chelas, of lower rank. But the greatest gurus were directly instructed by the divine messengers from God the Father. Illnesses, as I have described, are sources of the greatest disappointment for Ahriman and Lucifer. Human illnesses, in a sense, numb and paralyze Lucifer and Ahriman. Despite the fact that Ahrimanic beings are so clever and Luciferic beings so moral, because their awareness is particularly bright and clear, they can become still more befogged and confused by it. And thus the messengers of the gods were undisturbed by Ahriman and Lucifer, finding remedies for various disorders, as I touched on last time. For instance, curing a Saturn disorder by means of the moon, and such like. This was in the ancient mysteries, where the messengers of God the Father could directly draw a human being out of the confusion he was exposed to in this battle waged behind nature and below the human level. In modern times, the confusion we can fall prey to is no less than it was in ancient times. It does not matter if we know nothing about it in our normal awareness. The confusion exists nevertheless. People are torn hither and thither in the battle waged around them, behind nature and below it. And if we cross the threshold and look consciously into the world of spirit, gaze upon this dire battle, if we observe this confusion of activity around the human being, below him and behind nature, we will look in vain today for any messenger of the gods, such as those who, for example, handed ancient mystery physicians the staff of Mercury and similar symbols for healing. We can no longer hold our own at all in this great battleground between the retrograde upper beings of Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, and the lower retrograde beings of the Moon, Venus, and Mercury. If you cross the threshold, you will actually find yourself in the midst of this dire conflict between upper and lower powers, opposing each other like two warring camps, the air and fire beings as lapsed Moon, Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars beings, and earth and water beings who are lapsed Moon, Venus, and Mercury beings. And the conflict rages beyond the threshold in dire fashion, so that the sun first flames with fire, and then is darkened and obscured, and at last appears as a terrible black disk. This was not so for the ancient initiates, for they saw through this black disk, and from it came the divine messengers of God the Father to them, for instance, bearing a knowledge of healing in ancient times. In modern times we cross the threshold and find this terrible battle raging. The sun grows red, grows black, but remains a black disk, and we are repulsed, and to find our way, to survive in this confusing battle, have to search upon the earth itself. And here we are guided to the Christ, who stands there as a spiritual being who bound himself to the earth through the mystery of Golgotha, and says to us, quote, "Do not despair that the sun has grown black. It is black now because I, the Sun God, no longer dwell in it, but have descended and bound myself to the earth." Close quote. If we then approach Christ with the greatest inner humility and devotion, and with clear insight into what comes to us through knowledge of the mystery of Golgotha, while the sun does not brighten again, it remains a black disk. It begins to make audible everything Christ speaks to us, and then we learn of Christ's affinity with the sun. Though it remains a black disk, the sun becomes the being who enables us to hearken to Christ, if we have first developed in ourselves the right inner relationship to him. And then it is the Christ who tells humankind of the means to reconcile the upper with the lower powers, how one can reconcile the powers above the black sun disk, who manifest around our earth as beings of air and fire, with the lower beings. And as human beings specifically, we acquire guidance, precepts, both for healing illnesses and for understanding all the other evils that continually disappoint Lucifer and Ahriman. through the power of Christ and the power of the mystery of Golgotha, we come to the point of being able to say this wondrous thing, quote, "You, creatures of Ahriman and Lucifer, you are disappointed by the evils that must arise on earth through you, as you achieve your only partial victories. But these disappointments will keep recurring, since you will continually engender sick or possessed people, and the liars, egotists, and egoless. And thus you will continually swing back and forth between euphoria and disappointment." Close quote. But when the earthly human being finds the right relationship to Christ, he will not despair at the moment he witnesses the despair of beings higher than he is, who follow a different path from the divine beings to whom the human being belongs, and with whom he should keep faith as earth goes on evolving. At the core of these divine beings is the Christ being, who once spoke through the sun's disk to the ancient initiates, and who now continues to speak to us from the earth with the sun's aid. And so in speaking of Christ today, we are speaking of the one who can stand beside us on earth, as the guide who leads us away from the dire conflict that Ahrimanic and Luciferic powers wage, both with one another and against the upper and lower worlds of the gods. The end of Lecture 8.